Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to another recording slash stream of Magic the Gathering Arena. Today is Friday, February 7th. Let's see, I think I want to play green spells, so I'm going to go over here. Also, I think, let me just make sure I don't have any packs to open. I think we made this mill deck, and that really didn't work. Did I get rid of the old mill deck? Seems like I did. Good. Because that's not really gonna work. I could also get rid of the base starter concept. There's obviously too much variety between different cards that you really can't say, I'm gonna start with just a whole bunch of multicolored or colorless cards, and those are going to be the great ones to play. So I want to play a little green just because. Also I have a daily quest there, and so we'll just jump into that. Let's see, is there anything to say otherwise? Well, for the past week or so we've had a couple of people jump into the chat, and if people actually jumped into the chat on a Friday, that would be amazing, because Fridays are consistently the worst days as far as live viewers go. Otherwise, I guess we're doing just the normal thing, so we can quickly jump into the accountability section of a video. I may have recorded one episode of Snake Pass between last recording and now, maybe even two. I think maybe one though, and then I spent a lot of time sitting around waiting for a delivery man to deliver a dryer. Had to get a new dryer. The old one was very, very old, and finally broken enough that it was no longer realistic to repair it. And then after that I got ambitious, because there's some repairs and remodel things that I've wanted to do, so I started doing some plumbing, basically removing all of the chrome shiny parts of my bathtub, the handles, the spouts, the drain, and the overflow valve, which in my case the overflow valve also had a switch on it to open and close the drain. And for the most part that went well, but I will say that you do need, if you're going to own a home, and it's a little strange because this is like a very unitasker tool, but you need what they call a plumbing seating wrench, and I don't have one because you only really need it when you're changing out faucets, either on a sink or bathtubs or things like that, turn valves, spigots, things like that. What effectively it is a whole collection of square wrenches, unlike all other wrenches, which would be going for more of a hexagonal shape. And these square wrenches go deep on the insides of a faucet, in my case the tub, into the piping and plumbing, and remove a little round bronze, usually ring looking thing. It looks like a ring with threads on it. It has a kind of tapered top to it that is just kind of polished and flat, and it's used in conjunction with the valve to push a washer against it to stop water coming in from the city line into into the mixing part of your plumbing. Pretty much, if you were brand new to doing just little home plumbing things, which if you can turn off the water in your house, like that's the one thing. As long as you can turn off the water in your house and you've got somebody to watch when you turn the water back on so that whatever you change doesn't immediately explode and leak, plumbing's not really that hard. But the seating valve is a unitasker, but there are also some multitaskers if you're new to it, and that you should use. You should have some plumbing tape, threaded nylon tape. That's easy to get and relatively cheap. You should have a plumber's wrench of an adjustable size, which is just a really big wrench to turn bigger things. You also should have towels, of course, and often when you're wrenching something, if you're trying to wrench something that's going to be the picturesque part of that, you want to wrap it in a towel before you put a wrench around it and scratch up all the chrome. But you kind of don't need anything else. So in general, you need a good collection of Phillips and flathead screwdrivers, and those will come into play, and a collection of hex nut drivers, hex nut screwdrivers, that'll come into play. But plumbing typically doesn't involve you having to drill or cut or nail anything, particularly if you're just doing remodels. Now, I suppose if you were doing the actual installation, that's a lot different. And the irony, I suppose, is going to be that is this guy indestructible? Yeah, darn it. So I don't know what I can do to kill him. Yeah, the irony is going to be that in newer houses, you're probably going to have PEX plumbing for a lot of stuff, and but the bathtub, shower, mixer things still are probably going to be the older standards of screwing in copper into copper pipes. I have not really seen a PEX solution there that would improve it so much that after a while you wouldn't need to replace it. And the washers in faucets tend to just wear out after a decade or two. The rubber into it turns into black oil, and that's certainly the case with what I was dealing with. And so I was having a leak come out of the front of my cold valve, which more than likely has more to do with the second thing that you're supposed to tighten down when you're installing the valve not being tightened down enough. There's a first thing you do to tighten it into the connector, and then there's a second nut that's smaller that you are supposed to tie into well, let's see, so give me 3 so I can't really do anything. So instead what I'm gonna do is block this and then block and then activate this. Um, so yeah, I actually need to go back and tighten the secondary things because I didn't tighten them down enough. And so even on the new install, I've got a little bit of a leak, but it's not as bad because the new way it's designed, the water leaks at the very handle of the faucet, far away from the wall as possible. So the technology has been improved just by the fact that time has gone forward. Yeah, okay. I guess what we do here is we've just got to attack the ball. Like, we're gonna lose anyway, so. But yeah. So it does look nicer, certainly. There was just a lot of calcification and old like calcification and also just electrolysis itself happening on the old stuff. And this is an easy one-day project, particularly if you're actually handy. I wouldn't put myself particularly handy. It always surprises me, though, that there's definitely a lot of people that have apartments or live in like New York, where they have an apartment that is kind of treated a little bit more like a house, but not fully. But they don't have any, like New York people in particular don't seem like they don't have a plunger at all. Like you always need a good plunger. The ones that are typically red and have a short wood handle or a plastic handle that are really small are terrible. You need a nice black plunger that does not look flat when you lay it on the ground, but actually has a curved in a curved in rubber part, something that makes it look more like a bell than just a half dome, with a nice solid wooden handle. You need one of those, and you probably want one of those for every bathroom you have, because in the emergency that you're going to need it, you're going to need it. And these terrible low flow toilets that tend to exist are pretty bad. You're gonna want all the tools I mentioned before. Probably need a hammer, probably need some nails, probably need a cheap screwdriver / drill. You need a drill more than you need an electric screwdriver, because the proper thing to do is pre-drill with a small bit, which pre-drill anywhere you're going to drill in a screw. That way it goes in easier and truer. A good variety of drill bits is nice, certainly. I got a set that has like 400 different drill bits that effectively is 4 of each size, and then there are 4 subcategories of the types of drill bits, and that's probably overkill. Like having a 100 drill bit set just for wood would probably be better. Probably be all you need, because a lot of the metal drill bits that I've never really used, and some of the other drill bits I'm not even sure what they're for. And 4 copies of the ones you need are good, but a lot of them you are never going to need. And so, yeah, you do need a good selection of drill bits. In the 16th realms, like 1/64 is probably too small for most people. 1/32 is probably too small for most people to really use. But 1/16, 1/4, things in the 1/16 and up range. And if you're drilling more than like 3/4 of an inch, you're probably going to need a hole saw at that point, which those can be useful, but only if you're going to be drilling holes and running things through walls, through the roof, basically. If you're going to wire your house retro as a remodel or retrofit, a good center punch is useful if you're drilling into metal, but you don't really need it. Center punches are more useful to escape from cars and shattering the glass than actually for their intended use to start drilling into something metal. Right, destroy target enchantment. What is this? I'm gonna say this is an artifact and destroy that. You need a good hammer, a ball and peen hammer. Typically, a ball and hook. No, it's not a ball and hook. You need just a regular hammer, a flathead, and a hook for prying. And a good rubber mallet always comes in handy. But you really don't have to go crazy to have a small toolbox with tools, and then as you need to fix something, you run into it. A lot of the electricity in houses is probably too scary and unsafe for most people, so you just hire an electrician for all of that. Plumbing's not the same way though. There's only really two major dangers as far as plumbing. One is that you have water leaking in the walls and you get mold and rot, or that in the extremely rare scenario somebody did not properly ground the pipes and the pipes got electrified. But that's about the only real danger there, and you can easily find that out because you'd be touching faucets and things and potentially getting shocked, or taking a shower and potentially getting shocked. But yeah, most things not too hard as far as plumbing is concerned to fix in the house, and yeah, even some of the electronics is relatively safe if you've got a properly wired like ceiling fan or light that is properly wired to a switch. You can get in a what they call negative ion detector and stick it near the wires after you or near where the top of a ceiling fan would be with the switch off, and if it's telling you it's still electrified, then it's not safe. But then if it's not indicating, not beeping, then it probably is safe. And at that point, if you took the whole ceiling fan down and put up a new ceiling fan following the instructions using the right caps, the only major thing is if you have a really old house that has aluminum wiring, there's either special purple caps, or it turns out there's kind of this white glue looking liquid that you can put in regular caps to ensure that the new copper wiring, or the better copper wiring that would be in a new ceiling fan, does not corrode or interfere with the aluminum wiring that would be existing there. Of course, there is a lot of room for messing up. Also, I'd love to do this, but I don't think I can. So I'm gonna try. attack. Testing out these green cards. Clearly there needs to be a green deck rebuild, and it's not really happening. Alright, let's see. It seems like my streaming's not working very well, so let me double check some things. And then we'll start covering the news, because there's really not a lot of news to talk about. Well, I need to stop saying that. I totally need to stop saying that, because that's never the case. It doesn't go unnoticed by me, though, that while this plumbing element is something that I needed to do, it is just yet another thing that's in the way. It really gets down to this feeling I always kind of have with life, particularly I think because of insomnia, where you just can never get caught up. Like, I can never really get caught up. I'm always falling behind. I've always got something else that I'm trying to do. If I get an idea and want to do something different, it comes at the heavy cost of falling further behind on the current projects that I'm working on. The sad thing is that time is just not infinite in a day, and energy is not infinite in a day. And it can be pretty exhausting trying to do extra things also. Insomnia too also has that factor of not having you particularly be awake and energetic bright and early. So, you know, I need to still finish Snake Pass. I need to get back to programming my electronic sign. My server is going. It seems like it might actually work, although there's just a lot of checksum errors, but theoretically, from what I hear, checksum errors are not that big of a deal. But it is just teetering on the edge of life, I think, because I ran a command to just see how many hours had been on most of my hard drives, and that was almost certainly a mistake to realize how bad that had been, because it is bad. Like, I have at least 5 hard drives that have 50,000 hours on them, which is about the most you can expect from a hard drive. So, in theory, I need to proactively start replacing these hard drives, and try and speed up the process of having more hard drives that are newer, that can last longer potentially, that have more space, and also have 4K sectors, because half of the hard drives I have are at the old style of 512 sectors, which is probably affecting performance of the ZFS array by at least a small amount. Each creature in your graveyard. Interesting. So every time I cast a green card, this guy will get a +1/+1. And this is not Death Touch, so I'll just go ahead and attack. Well, I guess that's probably enough for the accountability section. We should just move into the news and work on it. I generally don't want to have anything left over on the weekends, for better or for worse. So the first story we have today, and I think I will just throw out a conspiracy theory slash opinion. It feels to me like the coronavirus has become a great excuse for the video game industry, and probably a lot of industries, to delay things that were already going to be delayed anyways. So it seems to also actually be affecting people, but particularly in the video game industry, since we had seen before the coronavirus happened that a lot of games were just getting delayed. I suspect a lot of games now are being delayed, and they are intentionally blaming the coronavirus when really that's not the full story. So, having said that, you should be able to pretty well figure out that there are a couple of things, a couple of delays that have been announced. Let's sacrifice food. I don't even know if I have the cards that would eat 4 foods and create a giant, but eating a food right now would be more useful. So we have this Gamma Sutra article. Coronavirus concern leads to a delay of the Outer Worlds Switch port. Okay, I mean, you can't really say anything more than that. And we're gonna have several of those stories. We also are still getting the quarterly reports from shareholders. So we have a Gamma Sutra article here. Recurrent consumer spending made up 37% of Take-Two's $930 million Q3 revenue. So microtransactions are recurrent consumer spending, effectively. That would be games like Outer Worlds, WE 2020, GTA 5, Red Dead Redemption 2 Online, NBA 2020 and 2019, Borderlands 3, also. Although I don't think there's really any microtransactions in Borderlands 3 that I can think of, at least. There's something to be said about Borderlands. I have not seen a shift code come out in a while, and that seems a little suspicious. Like, have they potentially, 2K and Gearbox, have they potentially given up on the Borderlands series? That would be a little crazy, but it is weird because they were so consistent and so good about putting out at least one shift code a week to try and get people to play, and now it doesn't seem like they are. And I don't know why you would really do that when you don't have a new game to announce anywhere close. I don't think the proper strategy for 2K or Gearbox would be to create a void of a player base and just have people forget about Gearbox and forget the entirety of the Borderlands series exists by not promoting it with your free shift codes. If anything, I would say all other games should be giving out shift codes like crazy, because it really, really works. It's a good idea. But yeah, I just don't know why they would stop doing that. Now, on the other hand, it could be that Randy Pitchford is directly giving out shift codes, and I've just muted Randy Pitchford which I believe is the case. I think that probably is true. So maybe that's still happening. The only thing I could think, and this would be crazy, but I wouldn't put it past Randy Pitchford, is that this is an actual attempt to shoot yourself in the foot and get less people playing Borderlands 3 and hyped about Borderlands 3 before Borderlands 3 inevitably comes to Steam. Like, it would be crazy to kill such a long-running style of game. Like the Borderlands series, people just play it forever. It'd be crazy to try and kill that just so you're not embarrassed when you see that you get 3 or 4 times the sales, which I assume they will, once it comes to Steam. Let's see, take this, play this, and take this, and play this. Which makes it a +1/+1. Not particularly exciting. It also has haste, so that wouldn't really do anything, no. This was a card that would really only work well as like a late game card where you have a ton of cards in your hand. Or if you were playing like a blue-green and you were discarding a lot of creatures, like you could potentially have a one-turn scenario if you can figure out how to put a 4 mana on the field in like the first turn and get all of your cards into the graveyard, or a lot of your cards into the graveyard, to make it a 20 or higher attack with haste. So there maybe is a strategy here, but I would have to understand how to get mana really fast. Let's see. Moving on, Game of Sutra has an article. Activision Blizzard saw $6.49 billion in revenue during 2019. Let's see. 4.93 of that was from digital sources. This is a slight decrease from 7.5 billion. A lot of that is probably Call of Duty Modern Warfare style games. Activision Blizzard is having a bit of a interesting time at the moment because there are several stories we will cover where either one person is going from the Gears of War developer to Blizzard, or it's 2 or 3 people. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to look at the names when we get to those articles, because there is a lot of reports, and it would be a little weird, I guess to say the least, to have anybody go to Blizzard, but there's a lot of problems still with that idea that somehow means anything of any real importance, because is this an instant? Can I play this? Sure. I'm just going to attack with everything. Because Bullfrog, which I think became Blizzard, maybe it became Activision. Like, maybe I'm thinking of EA when I talk about Bullfrog. From what I hear, Blizzard kind of sold out before even like Diablo 3 came out, so there's not a lot of chance that this is that even if they did hire some new teams, you would be able to do anything with that and have a good experience, unless a major corporate personality shift is going to happen, which is somewhat questionable. Like, because at the end of the day, I still think Activision Blizzard likes the position it's in, likes the way it acts. They're an unrepentant capitalists that just want to get the money and don't want to make good art. And so I don't think anything that they make, regardless of who they hire, is going to change that. At best, we might see some middle ground where some of the games are slightly polished, but not really polished to a high enough standard that you would get a major AAA game that people really should play. Let's see. I'm dying here. I don't really have any abilities, so yeah. So kind of all I can do is just attack. And every time I attack, he pulls Witch's Oven that kills the Cauldron Familiar. And potentially he could just not block anything, and I just lost because I attacked so hard. We have a game here on Steam called Star Drone VR, which almost looks like a flat, almost like pinball looking game. It really doesn't feel like there's anything visually here that makes sense being played in VR. Yeah, it feels like kind of an asteroid shooter game that kind of looks like pinball tables. It requires VR. It's $4.49, which is a little too cheap for VR. And it's English and Chinese, which is a little suspicious. So, another thing not going on the follow list. My Shovel Knight series started airing today, either by mistake or intentional. It doesn't go long, I'll tell you that. Like, as much as people told me that I would enjoy and I should play Shovel Knight, it didn't work out that way. I really didn't see the benefit of that game. Like, because you're kind of just doing the same thing over and over again, and then they throw some different characters at you, but that's kind of it. Like, so if you're not liking the DuckTales-esque platforming, which I played like DuckTales Remastered after that, and I really did like playing DuckTales Remastered on easy. Unfortunately, that game's not available for purchase anymore. For really a terrible reason. But yeah, I didn't like Shovel Knight's platforming, and because of that, it just was bad, for lack of a better term. The boss fights were also too difficult. It's very possible I went into it in just kind of not that mood. There's always that risk, and this is another thing that sucks about playing video games, is that if you're just not in a good mood, or in the specific mood to enjoy specific games, you just are gonna have a bad time. And I can't sacrifice myself to gain health, so I'm gonna lose here, I think, right now. And there's usually no fixing that. If you don't enjoy a game in the first time you play, you're probably not going to enjoy a game ever. Right. So we now have a draft entry, which we will consider using that. Let's see. I guess we are back to the beginning. So we get another skin here. Another skin here. Yeah, no duh, we're gonna get all the skins, but they're so useless. They don't mean anything at all. And that's certainly something that could have been eliminated from... Oh, this is new. If you draw a card, pay 1 mana. If you do, put a 1/1 counter on near the Kraken and create a 1/1 blue tentacle creature token. This is probably a pretty great card. Alright. Let's see if we can clone Force Might and edit this deck. Let's see. Ginger Brute, probably not what we want. You know, what the easiest thing to do would be simply just look at green cards and decide what new things we want to put in here. See a spider that has reach that would attack. It says it deals damage equal to its power when it enters the battlefield. It escapes with a +1/+1 on it. Adventure, draw a card. +3/+3 until the end of the turn. Probably don't want that. 3 life is probably not bad for just playing a card. Probably beats Ginger Brute. Some death touch creatures. Probably not a terrible thought. Which we'll just go ahead and put 4 if we have 4. If I had a specific gate card, that might make sense. These have death touch and a 1/1. These have death touch and a 1/1. These are exactly the same card. So I guess you could double up and have 8 1-mana death touch cards. Let's see. For 8 mana, this becomes a 10/10, which you'd almost certainly never be able to do. Here's a card that means your spells can't be countered. That's not a bad idea. 5 damage to a flying card and create a food token for 2 mana. Not a terrible thought. It's just a lot of buffs here. A lot of buffs. Draw a card for 2 mana. Enchant a creature and give it a toughness of 33. But then it loses its abilities. This might be something to play. Here's a Satyr card. You'd think a green deck Might work with satyrs pretty well, but I think you probably need a red-green deck if you're gonna make satyrs. That was weird how the music faded out. Let's see. This would just give you 2 basic forest cards, which isn't a terrible thought, because you tend to need that. I think I want to get rid of that. Let's see. You probably need something here. One of these. Which is this 2 mana and this is 2 mana. Like just having one of those cards available is probably a smart move. Season of Growth, we probably want to get rid of that. Let's see. See, what we really would need is a Devotion to Green. Let's see. Like anything that had Devotion to Green would be very nice with this. Do I really have time to do this? This probably is a better card than what I have. Probably should get rid of that. District Commander. I mean, I could craft another one. Do I need 4 of these? Let's say yes. I'm being very loosey-goosey with the wild cards. Let's see. A 1/4 with reach spider. Might not be a terrible idea. Doubling the number of hit +1/+1 counters. Yeah, we tried that Hydra deck before and it didn't really work. That's not a bad card. Let's see. 2 life whenever an enchantment enters the field. I still don't feel like enchantments work though. As a strategy, I feel like enchantments will start making sense in the next expansion or the expansion after that. After you have like 3 expansions where you get little extra bits of enchantments. Whenever enchantment enters the battlefield, here you gain 1 life equal to your Devotion to Green. That's not bad. And I could craft a bunch more of those. Let's not do it though. Let's see. Just gaining a bunch of life by putting creatures on the field. It's not a full strategy. This creates something whenever you have the opponent cast a spell or sorcery card. That might work pretty well. Want to get rid of that. That's not going to work. It's not a terrible card. What does this say? Like, if one or more 1/1 counters would be put on this card, that many +1 is put on this card. So it gets an extra counter. Just cost 1 less if the opponent has a green permanent. There we go. That's exactly what we need. That's not a terrible thought to try either. Try that. Here's a planeswalker that I think will work. Seems like we are going back to mostly buffing creatures. We're up to 88 cards at the moment. Like, I don't think you can... I honestly don't think you can build just a all spider deck without it just being a joke deck, effectively. So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of visual theming that happens and just wouldn't really work. Here you could possibly make an all wolf deck and maybe have some synergy there, but I don't think. I don't know if that really would work. That one's probably too expensive. We're getting into the really expensive ones now. And this Hydra is not even the card I'm thinking of. There's another Hydra card. Let's see. What's this one do? Nope. This is the Hydra one that I was thinking of. It doubles the number of 1/1 counters on this one character, which really wouldn't even be that much. Then we're starting to do into combo color greens at that point, which I don't feel like I'm still ready to do that, but it probably is the right move. The main thing here is I don't know what mixes well. Like a green-black kinda doesn't make sense to me. A red-green kinda doesn't make sense. I can see that both of those have benefits. A green-white kinda doesn't make sense. And apparently green-blue is not even a thing, because I'm not seeing any green-blue cards. Alright, here's some green-blue cards. Yeah. it's kind of a mess. Kind of a mess. Yep. Alright, so let's get rid of Diamondite. We may get rid of Heraldic Banner. Let's start at the beginning. Like, 4 of these gives us food. We probably are just doing that for no reason. This one card gives us a lot more mana to cast a creature. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. This is pretty expensive at 6. We probably don't need that. So that leaves us at 5 as being the most expensive thing. Let's see. Don't think we want that. This one for 4 mana. Let's see. Lets me use the wood, the food. Right. This is counters. This gives trample. There's probably something else that gives trample, though that would be better. This just puts a 1/1 counter on a creature and then has it fight for 4 mana. This guy I want more of. I think we get rid of that one. Definitely get rid of that one. Let's see, this is just a gain life card. This is a reach. It's a 1/5. That beats flying. This one I think is a good card for 3. This is reach with a block, so can I get more of those? Not right now. Target artifact or enchantment to gain 3 health. This one is a reach 1/4. Get rid of that. Gift of Paradise, I guess, gives you life. This is not doing anything. This just gives you more land. These we don't want. This one, I don't think I need to really exile cards. Rabid Bite, I don't think is really needed. This gives you 2 land forest cards. Let's see. Let's see. Alright. This has reach. And it chooses. Yeah, I don't think we need that. Growth cycle, do we really want to keep growth cycle? Probably. Gift of strength we'll get rid of. Let's get rid of that. Which creates food tokens. I don't know if we need Ginger Brute anymore. Get rid of that. And then, do we need just a bunch of 1/1 Death Touches? Probably not. Can we get more of these healers? Let's get rid of that. And get rid of that. Alright. And we're kind of low on like land too, if we look here. So going 1 more land might be a good move. That puts me at 19 land when I think 20. Vivian Arcbow Ranger. What does Vivian Arcbow Ranger do? You know what? Heraldic Banner. Let's go back up and then rebalance that. Let's see. You may choose a creature card from your own outside of the game, reveal it and put it in your hand. Interesting. So what would be a amazing card to play that would synergize well with this? Bola Citadel, a card I wouldn't be able to play. I mean, there should be some options there, but I kind of don't know what I'd want. So what if we threw something like this into the sideboard? Or something like this into the sideboard, or something like that. You just throw really, really expensive, powerful cards into the sideboard for not really. Let's take that. Okay. And now we're looking for Arlen. Where's Arlen? Guess we didn't want to put it here. There we go. Right, that's 60 cards. Let's see if that in any way improved our deck and at all. So I'm gonna play Floor's Might version 1.1 copy 2. Another great example of where Magic just takes too much of your time, frankly. Like that should have been a lot quicker and easier than it was. Magic the Gathering in a funny way would have been a great game to play in like the 1800s, the 1700s, when you had nothing to do with your time, assuming you were a rich person and you weren't like a child laborer in some kind of factory or farmer or something like that, where you're spending your entire time working fields. But yeah, having not a lot of options to do anything else and being able to sit around and do nothing but think about Magic the Gathering and play Magic the Gathering is just something that wouldn't be a scenario nowadays. Like, there's just too many other things in the world to do. And honestly, if you were just playing Magic in 2020 and doing nothing else with your life, you would be acting very close-minded, rejecting a lot of stuff that you have easy access to. I mean, I suppose if you're living somewhere that doesn't have internet access, there might be an argument to be made there. But if you can access the internet, you can do a lot of things. Even if you can't access the internet, as long as you can get some kind of computer and some kind of book or access to offline games, there's certainly a lot of things you could do. But I guess if you have no electricity, then magic would be back on the table. I guess if you're climbing Mount Everest, playing magic might be something to do. Or if you're a scientist in Antarctica, but those are pretty limiting scenarios. Play this and do this. I guess part of the reason why I have so few land is because I do have 4 of the district guides. Anyways, let's move on with the stories. Gamasutra has an interview here, the world design of Diablo 3. This is a retweet of an old article I now see from 2011. I was very confused as to why they'd be talking about Diablo 3. And in retrospect, I don't know if there's a lot of good argument to be made. Let's see. When it fights up to one target creature you don't control. This just gives me life, so I can go down in the field. And I'm just gonna do no attacks. And this guy can attack, but I'll hit him with the death touch. So yeah, no point in talking about an old article. No point in Gamasutra putting out an old article, frankly. Next we have a game on Steam here called Black Butterfly. It might be a legitimate horror game, but by the looks of it, it seems like it's got a low frame rate, and it seems like it's more of a simplistic asset flip horror themed first person shooter, maybe player versus player game. That, like, here you can see a great example. Like, no horror game should give you a machine gun and have it so big on the screen. Those are 2 separate issues, but both indicating that this game is not that good. This is $4.99 in English, Portuguese, Brazil. Let's see. Let's go ahead and just read this to make sure. At the beginning of your combat turn, you control another creature with 4 or greater. Put 1/1 on this. So this would work. So, do I want to do this? Okay. So we start our combat phase. That gives us a +1/+1. And it lets me attack with this, and he can either choose to defend or not. Either way, he loses something. Like, ideally you would defend with this, but I don't think you will. Guess I put this on the field next turn and I can kill this. Gamasutra has an article here. Profits are flat at Bandai Namco as video game sales dip slightly. I don't think Bandai Namco put out too much in the last year. It would be... They very well may have put out something like Dragon Quest or something like that. But those games probably weren't big enough. Let's see. Elden Ring I don't think is out. The Kakarot Dragon Ball game I don't think would sold that well. The One Punch Man and My Hero Academia. Wouldn't be anything. Code Vein deserved a lot more. The Ni no Kuni remaster release wouldn't have really sold that much. Sword Art Online things wouldn't have sold that much. Yeah, I'm looking at everything that they put out, and since everything they're putting out has a very anime Japanese spin on it, at least most of it does, that it becomes kind of obvious that it would be difficult to it definitely would be difficult to see them get a lot of extra sales and extra audience. It's not super video game related, but the creator of My Hero Academia named named one of the characters, I believe it's Maruta, M-A-R-U-T-O maybe, which seems to be also the either Chinese or Japanese word for people who were experimented on during World War I with like chemical weapons. I don't know if that's people specifically that were experimented on by the Japanese government at the time or the Chinese government. At a certain point, the Japanese government was controlling all of China, kind of in secret, as I understand it. So I don't know if there was
and listen to the sounds
an intention
of the
there. It's equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker. Do I have something that would work with? Let's see. +1, and that's all I want to do.
We're fit enough to survive.
So yeah, he named the character the wrong way. He apologized on Twitter, but we're having a bit of even Asian style cancel culture there, and so China, the streaming site where you could read the manga and the anime and all of that, has been effectively banned in China. I'm not sure that there really was a government instance there where the government actually directly stepped in. There is something to be said about the fact that we have kind of all forgotten about Hong Kong. That thing
I'd get out of the
still
way
exists.
if I were you.
So, yeah, the whole fight for democracy and freedom and free speech in Hong Kong is still going on, but people got tired of it and got distracted, as people tend to do. But again, barely related to video games. I imagine a My Hero Academia video game, if it had ever been approved and allowed in China, would have been banned. But I don't believe any were, because the Chinese approval process for games is ridiculous, and very little has gotten approved. Moving on, Gamasutra has an article here. Steam brought in 95 monthly active users in 2019. 95 million monthly active users, I mean. Which is a big number. Means a lot of people are playing games on Steam. Although, when I'm playing a game, it doesn't really feel like I'm doing something on Steam as much as I am just playing a game that happens to be through the Steam client. it does a decent job of not making scenarios where you recognize that you are in Steam, which is the right way to do things, certainly. Like you don't need
This'll
that.
be fun to watch.
This guy has... Well, I don't know what I can do here, actually. Like, we're gonna just, I guess, have to keep on building up, and until we can do a one-turn kill, or until I can kill this guy, which I can probably do next turn pretty easily, come to think of it. Just use this to attack this one, and then I'll be fine. I don't see any scenario though where I really want Steam to make its presence known. I really just want it to kind of disappear in the background when I load a game. Like the friends list, the features, the DLC, all of that. When I'm in a game, I really don't want to deal with it. If I was playing a multiplayer game, I would want matchmaking and friends list, of course, but I'd want that also integrated in whatever skin is developed for that specific game. So I'd want a custom experience. Alright. So, we're going to do this to this. And get rid of that. Even if this guy died, by the way, it doesn't really matter, because this would still buff up this. This only needed a creature with 4 or more. Next we have a game on Steam called Action Ball 2, which looks like it's an Arkanoid clone with a decent amount of polish here. Most Arkanoid clones do look like garbage, and it is adding a new concept on top of that, so it's not just doing the same thing as an Arkanoid clone. I think Arkanoid kind of as a concept is a pretty bad idea, but there is something here. So I'm going to put this on the fall list. They want $5.94 discounted right now, and it's English only. The shoot 'em up element being merged with Arkanoid and having like bosses, kind of an intriguing idea. Although I would potentially argue that that shoot 'em up and Arkanoid games are two of the many styles of games I'm not really interested in dealing with. Alright. Put this on the field. Put this on the field. And then next. And then I'm gonna go ahead and attack with this. That won't do anything. So just do no attacks. Well, it cost me 3 loyalty to do that, unfortunately. But we can try it a second time. Next turn. I've kind of run out of things I can do otherwise. Next we have a game on Steam here called Alien Street Battle, but by the looks of the video it is downright awful, low effort, PlayStation 1 level graphics. Maybe is a cheap Chinese game. $4.99, bunch of language supported, and I guess I was probably wrong about it being a cheap Chinese game, considering how Chinese wasn't even one of the top languages mentioned. But clearly a cheap game, nonetheless. You can see this developer is going by a name, Carl Brown. I think that probably should be a red flag too, is that if you haven't even thought up a name, like not even if you haven't done the legal paperwork, of which there's not really a lot, just the doing business as form, but at the minimum. But if you haven't even thought up a name for your company, you probably haven't made a game good enough to be on Steam. If you take, for example, Digital Homicide, for as bad asset for games as those were, at the very least he thought up a name. Or the two people that were working on Digital Homicide, two brothers, I believe. This, and then let's see this.
We're fit enough to survive.
And let's see. The 1/1 count on Wicked, it gains indestructible until the end of the turn and tap it. So I'm gonna attack with this one. And hope he doesn't realize that I can sacrifice this food token. I should have put 2 tokens on this guy though, because then he could block with this and still not kill that guy. Is he just gonna let me attack? Well, that worked. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam here called Space Gion, which looks like a garbage student project type game. Let's see. Early access, $4.49, English and Russian. So, yep, looks like a low effort Russian game. That would be an interesting thought about what is the next country or region that would gain the dubious title of having low effort put in front of a lot of their games. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was India. Like, I could easily see a bunch of low effort Indian games starting to come out in the next decade or so. If Africa, like South Africa, got a little bit more modernized and a little bit more stable, that too. This is probably a mulligan-worthy deck. Okay. Yeah, let's keep this, and then go ahead and get rid of this. Next we have a game on Steam called Last Week. So this is an RPG. Not sure if there's a game here or if it's just slightly more polished graphics than I'm normally used to seeing. It kind of feels like it's a 3D point and click adventure more than an RPG. $19.99 English only, no full audio, which kind of sucks, because if it is going to be story rich. I'm going to put this on the follow list just to see if people actually enjoy it. Last week also looks like one of those games that would have done very well had it been released in January, when there's very little competition. We're approaching Valentine's Day, and so we might start to see some games come out. Probably not because of Valentine's Day, actually. Probably more to do with E3 getting closer. Next, we have a game on Steam that's just a bunch of Asian characters. Seem to play as this 3D princess character running around a slightly big environments, so you're kind of small, I imagine. English is not supported, it's free to play, it's Japanese only. I can't really take much more from it than that. Does it have any purchases? No. So this probably is some kind of promotion for a manga or an anime or something. Doesn't look amazingly good, but it doesn't look terrible either. It's probably about 5 minutes of entertainment if I was to guess also. Let's see. Take some more land. I suppose it would be a little surprising if we made it all the way to Valentine's Day and we didn't see any major amount of adult games come out, because Honey Pop 2 in particular probably trying to come out somewhere around Valentine's Day. Like,
I'm ready to fight.
they seem like they're ready to release Honey Pop 2.
Thing.
And it'd be kind of crazy for Valve to not sell and promote Honey Pop 2, considering how Honey Pop 1 was a pretty good seller for them.
Find your fires of passion within.
Oh, two planeswalkers talking to each other. Let's see. Power is equal to your devotion to green. Which... do this. And I guess, unless he wants to defend with both of these, we should get rid of one of these. Next, we have a game on Steam called Juice Mania, which is a match 3 game. Doesn't seem like there's anything special there. $2.54 bundled with a bunch of other games, 26 other games for $46.09. English only. Yep. Bundles, in retrospect now, probably should have only been allowed to a few select people. Like, and see, this is where my opinion differs greatly from YouTube, from like Valve and Steam. I feel like Steam should be a curated storefront because it's a store, and when you go to a store, there is curation on what's on the shelf and how it's displayed on the shelf, and you get a very customized experience to help you find what you want to find, or to either help you find what you want to find, or force you or trick you into buying something you don't need. Whereas Steam, YouTube is gotta be, for what it's offering, a free speech platform, or it's basically nothing. And since it's not that, it is kind of basically nothing, and people are trying left and right to find alternatives and put their content on other platforms. Speaking of YouTube, it does seem like PewDiePie really did take a break or retire or something. I haven't seen him post anything, which I wasn't 100% certain that was really true, that when I heard that rumor, and it almost seems like it would make sense for him to take a vacation in the first quarter every year, just so, because of the fact that the last 2 years they used PewDiePie to create an adpocalypse. So what better way to fight against being used to create a fake adpocalypse, for lack of a better term, than to simply retire and say, I'm just not going to make any content. It also stops him from having to respond to anything. So I still wouldn't be surprised if he came back in the second quarter or halfway through and said I'm back. And then who knows what you would do the next year.
I know. I am hot, aren't I?
None of these have flying, so reach is particularly the thing we need. Wouldn't hurt, though, to have that 5 toughness. Let's see. How are we gonna do this? Well, I guess we don't have to do anything, we'll just win. Are we getting, like, a good amount of victories here? Am I actually winning with green? Should I try to play standard ranked with green? I guess we should give it a try. Let's just see what happens. Next we have a game on Steam here called Valgrave Immortal Plains. I think this is probably a player versus player MMO. It's a little low polygon. Seems like you run around. There's a lot of jumping and shooting. It's free to play. Yeah, online player versus player only, English only. Yep. I don't think you're really making much of a game when you make an online player versus player only type game. It centers around having a very high player base and people having a very good experience that is created almost completely by the players and not the developers of the game. Here we go. Start with that. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam here called Mr. Dirt Core, and then a bunch of Asian characters. I suspect this is a Chinese game. And seems like it's basically a visual novel. Doesn't seem like there's much else here. Early access, $1.79, Chinese full audio. Yep. That's what I figured. I figured it was a Chinese game. I don't even know if I want to bother to label it as a low effort Chinese game. Just call it a Chinese game that doesn't look that good. Honestly, in that case, it feels like more they just don't know how to make good games more than they know how to make good games, and they're just not willing to put in the effort. Alright. Well, this will help somewhat. Next, we have a game on Steam called Jump Lord. We're really not running into any good games here. Yeah. Looks like a low effort platforming game. $7.19, English only. Green, gotta remember what color I'm playing. Get a food token while we're at it. Then, do I want to attack with this? Because he could kill this if he blocked with both of these. I guess I can. Like, he's playing white, so if he just really wants to kill something with reach, it's worth a try. Jump Lord is $7.19, English only. Again, just terrible games. I think we might be... There might be a scenario here where you have nothing come out for the first couple of months of the year just because it's the first quarter. And then that just smoothly transitions to nothing coming out because E3 is about to happen. And then E3 happens, and then you get a bunch of announcements for a lot of games that aren't going to come out. And that kind of smoothly transitions to a lot of hype with maybe a few games starting to come out on a bi-weekly basis, every 2 weeks or so. You might get one AA or AAA game. Alright. How important is it to kill that guy? I don't know if it really is. Alright. So what do we want to do now? And it probably wouldn't hurt to attack with these two. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Gorilla Town, which seems like it might be that game Gorillas where you throw things at each other, but it doesn't really look like that. Like, I cannot for the life of me figure out what this is supposed to be. If this is the game Gorillas, they've taken what was a very basic game where you're just throwing bananas at each other. Yeah, that very basic game. And they put so much unnecessary visual polish, and this is a funny thing to say because I'd almost never say this, but they've confused the issue to the point where it's kind of hard to see the gorillas. The buildings moving and the wind changing, all cool concepts, but balloons in the background and clouds and all of that really just makes it harder to see. So you've overcomplicated the game. Let's see. Just go ahead and do no attacks. Gorilla Town is selling for $4.24 discounted when it really should have been a 69-cent game. And it says it's English with full audio, but I highly question that. Let's see. Gamatsu has an article here. Busao Shinki R has been announced for smartphones. A February 2018 announced project gets a tentative title and platform. It looks to me like it's probably a anime-esque gacha game, if I was to guess. It's coming from Konami, so it probably isn't going to be that good. Let's see. 1/1 on target creature and it fights. Okay. So if I put this on the field first, and then next turn put a 1/1 on this, then it would gain indestructible till the end of the turn also. Open Critic has an article here. Animal Crossing New Horizons may support backup save data after all. Apparently that was a question. I have no real focus on playing Animal Crossing or no interest in it, so it's not really a story I'm interested in. I'll just say seek it out if you are interested. What has me slightly concerned is there are talk now, there is talk, rumors, or full-on admittance that the number of units that could be created for the Switch Lite or the Switch might be delayed or reduced by the coronavirus in the same way that the Outer Worlds has been delayed due to the coronavirus. So I had kind of wanted to make a big effort, or think about at least getting a Switch, the new version, not the Switch Lite. But I was hoping that it would go on sale. Odds of the Switches going on sale, if production is down and somewhat limited of the actual units in China, is going to be a problem. Although the coronavirus might prove itself somewhat useful for other countries, it's kind of unlikely, because even if you have like Taiwan try and fill in the gap, odds aren't super high that they could fill the numbers. You'd have to split it between many countries, which, having a diversified production field, is perhaps not as desirable as it might sound on first thought, because they want streamlined production. Although car manufacturers certainly do that, where they have every parts manufacturer, there's 5 different people that make the same parts, so nobody can really negotiate for a higher price. Or look at that, I actually won. Hey, I may become a green player. No more just relying on playing black. I've got a deck now that actually works. This probably is a good point to say that I think I may have actually learned how to make decks a little bit better. Yeah, this person just named themselves AAA. I bet they're gonna regret that if they continue playing. As much as I like these on the field, can I live with only one land? No. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. TechRaptor has an article here. Gacha meals have Colonel Sanders join Arena of Valor. Only in Taiwan. Let's see. He's appearing as a playable character in the MOBA Arena of Valor, which is in Taiwan only. Colonel Sanders seems like they want to promote their Colonel Sanders character as much as possible. But then in video games they want to promote him as this super masculine object of desire, which seems a little bit off-brand, if I was to guess. Because if I was to describe Colonel Sanders before they started doing all their weird commercials and promotions, I would have called him an old man that was trying to be likable, depending on whether you immediately hate Deep South people due to their history, colonels that look like they're from the 1700s. But I wouldn't have thought of. I would have thought of him as a respectable old person that knows how to really make good chicken, or at least that's what they're trying to sell him as. I was never expecting something like this, where you have super beefy, hunky guy. It seems like they almost understand the idea of a lot of the animation that happens in anime without really understanding the basis of it. So they're kind of in this weird position, and I'm sure a lot of people in Taiwan or people working with Arena of Valor are more than likely to say, sure, we'll promote our game using your brand that's huge, and they won't question it any further than that. Let's see. Still trying to get more land. This is kind of a tempo game that you have to play. You can't just try and rush and win. That's where these death touch cards come in to be helpful. TechRaptor has an article here. Gears head Rod Ferguson leaves to oversee Diablo at Blizzard. So somebody who has been running the Gears of War series after, I guess, Cliff Bleszinski stepped down, is now going to work on Diablo at Blizzard. So it'd be interesting to see if he somehow could turn it around, but I highly suspect he can't, because it's not just that the Diablo division of Blizzard is having trouble, it's that all the divisions of Blizzard are under the same corporate structure in which the accountants took over. So unless the accountants are going to step down and let the creative people actually take control again, Rod Ferguson moving over to Blizzard may just be a way of him maybe getting a slight promotion in title change, because he's probably plateaued at the Microsoft-owned Gears of War company, and I wouldn't be surprised if he works on Blizzard, stays there maybe long enough to release whatever next Blizzard product, whatever next Diablo product comes out, and then leaves. Now, had Rod Ferguson joined Blizzard right after the whole debacle with Diablo Immortal and the mobile game they announced, there might be more hope and more reason to be hopeful at that point. That would have felt like a real reaction, but we're so far from that point now that it doesn't seem likely that that was the triggering factor. Yeah, I think I'm gonna lose this one, but you can't win them all. Level by Level Gaming is on the chat. He says hello, hello. So 1 loss with 2 wins so far. We're keeping a running tally. Next we have a game on Steam called Raid Titans, which looks like it's a real-time strategy type game. Animation is a little lackluster. It's a little MS Painty, and visually it doesn't make a lot of sense, a lot of things I'm looking at. Let's see. Is there a way to scroll here without moving things out of the way? Yeah. Yeah, it's just a little too rough there. $8.09, English only. Raid Titans, not good enough to make the fall list. I suppose I could do another fall list cleanup, and then that would be the second time slot that I'm kind of abandoning after March. So that could pop up at some point close to the September, and that might be a good way to run back into having a second second thing. Because yeah, if I am gonna do a follow list cleanup, it clearly can't be the only video that airs on a weekday, because most people don't want to watch the follow list cleanup. It's just kind of paperwork that has to be done, so that I have a good list of games that I actually want to look at and want to potentially play. See. Level by level gaming goes, what type of audio and screen capture do you use? Well, there's not too much special about the audio. It is just using open broadcast software. Well, actually, there kind of is something special about the audio, in that I have a filter through using open broadcast software, and I have so there's a noise reduction like filter that if the noise is quiet, it kind of drops out. A noise floor, I think is what it's called. I have the Blue Yeti, not the Snowball, but the longer audio microphone, which has worked pretty good, although it does sometimes create some kind of hiss. I think that's a Windows 10 driver issue more than anything else. So you get a little bit of noise, but when there's any kind of audio actually playing in the game, you don't really hear it. It's easily ignored. I also have it plugged into a USB extension cord, so it's probably violating the reaches of how long the cord should be. I do have my computer on the other side of the room, and I have like a baby playpen set up with blankets over it to act as kind of sound dampeners and reflectors. So my computer is relatively quiet and it don't pick up that noise. The Blue Audio Blue Yeti microphone is set up in such a way that it's only really picking up as the most of the volume right in front of me. I have a pop filter in front of it, so any audio back here should not be heard, where here it should be heard. But there isn't a lot of tricks there. I probably at one time thought about getting a small soundboard and then using like a Yamaha small soundboard to plug into the USB. There's certainly some tricks you could do there with adjusting the lows and the highs. You could do a lot of that digitally also, maybe not through OBS but through some other software, but I'm not really sure any of that is super needed, because if I was going to get a soundboard and start going into more professional hookups with XLR plugs and things like that, you're just going to pay more money for microphones, and you're really just changing the way your voice sounds in general. You're just sweetening the audio is what it's called, not presenting what really is going on. But if we come over here for a second, I can show we have the virtual desktop sound and the virtual headphones, and over here there is a audio source for virtual desktop and virtual mic. And the reason why they're virtual is because we that means I can create a scene in OBS that doesn't listen to the desktop if it doesn't want to. I can just not have this audio source, or doesn't listen to the microphone. So if I wanted to say show a video and mute myself, I can create a scene and make a shortcut to switch to that scene. What you see when we do the the look at web pages is this software called this scene called WebPeak, and there's an auto scene changer I've set up, advanced scene switcher here, or automatic scene switcher. I'm not sure which one I do, but one of those, and it checks where my mouse cursor is on the two monitors. So if the mouse cursor is below 1080p, it goes back to this scene. If it's on the width, so 1080 pixels, 1080 pixels. If that's if the mouse cursor is below that, it goes to this scene. And then I have it set where if it goes to about 2080 pixels, which is way to the far right of the second screen, it does the web peak. So there's some tricks I've put in there, but nothing super special. Just a lot of work and a lot of polish to figure out how things work with OBS, because it is not just a super easy software. It's not the Streamlabs OBS that kind of just makes things simple, but then it also gives me a lot of different ways to set up things. Like most of what I just showed you was special ways of me dragging around certain docked windows and showing them off. Generally, you want only one scene or the minimal amount of scenes that you're going to use per profile, and then you want a whole different scene collection otherwise. So when I'm doing pre-recorded footage, I have one just called solo. You have to kind of learn, are you going to do a game capture or a window capture? 9 times out of 10 you're going to do a game capture, but on a rare occasion it does sometimes help to do a window capture. Sometimes you have to do a full screen capture because the game is so weirdly designed. What you see over here, the overlay, is a window capture. So there is on my first screen in the background of Magic Arena a window that is just open that shows this information, and then I have to right click on it and put out a chroma key filter with the color magenta as the background, and that effectively green screens it, although it's using magenta, so that the background and the rest of the image is seen through. Also, with the chroma key filter on top of that one window, I turn down the opacity so it's not 100% solid. Let's see. Target creature deals damage to another creature. Let's see. What do we want to have reach? This one, and then this one.
This will be fun to watch.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I have a shortcut on OBS that is shift left bracket to, which would be shift left curly bracket to start recording, and then I have shift right curly bracket to stop recording. When I stream, I just click the button itself. I probably should put a shortcut to pause the video too, but that's not it. There's a lot of tweaks that I really can't go into at the moment as far as just getting the video recorded the way I want it to record. I have it set up in a special way that that it records the videos also while I'm streaming, just so I have that backup, and so it reduces the streaming audio to what YouTube wants for its audio feed and makes a secondary copy of the audio to stream from, and then it makes a higher quality version of the audio when it records. a lot of little tweaks, a lot of bandwidth tweaks to at least think about. All creatures able to block this must block this. This will be interesting, I suppose. This is gonna just have me draw 4 cards. Yeah, Level by Level Gaming says, nice, it sounds good. I don't hear any background noise and it streams smooth. Yeah, a lot of tweaks there. We have Peter Veld on the chat saying, hey, want to play against me? I guess I'd be alright with that. If you want to send me a friend request, you'd be the first friend to send a friend request on Magic Arena. The information is down in the description, so if you send me a friend request, I'll accept it. I'd pretty much accept any friend request from anyone, so I'm willing to do that right now. We're just looking for victories, and it would be interesting to see if a player versus player game counts as a victory towards the daily quest or not. I'm not sure it does or not. Let's see. The information's in the description. If you can't find it in the description under the social links where it says Magic Arena and type it in, I'm too busy to give you the information. So that's the requirement if you want to play with me, is you've got to figure out how to type in the thing, find the thing that's already there and type it in. Can we do something here? I mean, we can do this. Target creature or a trample. Ooh, let's give this guy this and then this. Yeah, let's do this. I think this is game over just with this, because I give this guy trample.
I'd get out of the way if I were you.
And then I power this guy up. And then I attack with this. And let's just go ahead and attack here, here, and here. There we go, that one too hard. And let's see how this goes. Because everybody has to block this, right? All creatures able to block this boar must block this boar. This guy has 15 trample, so we put Death Link at the end, and I think this is pretty much what we want. Yep, in order. Oh, it makes him draw a card, which isn't going to do anything. Well, that wasn't a full win the game scenario. Although maybe it is. We got 8 more of these. Hey, another victory. Yeah, we're doing 3 out of 4 victories on the ranked. Alright. So let's look at the chat for a second. Peter saying his age on the chat, which if he really is that age, he should probably learn right now not to say your age or give out personal information in the chat. Let's see if I can maybe delete that post. easily. There we go. And nope. I can only block them. Why can't I delete posts anymore in the chat? Let's see. Maybe I can't. Maybe it's just not showing up because of things. I'm waiting here to see if he's gonna send a friend request or it's like send the battle. Friend challenge. Challenge. Darn it. Where did that go? Let's see. I lost the chat. It's gonna take me a second to send it back over here. Send it from my computer. There you go. There we go. Let's go ahead and select the deck we were playing and play. Sorry for taking so much time. Says, alright, back to chat. Peter says, made this deck I'm playing yesterday, so maybe it doesn't work yet. And then level by level gaming says, oops, simple mistake. Yeah. Game is taking a while to buffer. So maybe the connection's not that great. We'll cover this game while we're waiting for him to pick cards. We have a game on Steam here called Doom of the Clown, CLAWN, which looks like a terrible Doom clone. 89 cents. It's selling discounted, English and full audio allegedly. I don't know if I want to play as a creepy clown in a game. Let's see. Let's go ahead and play this. Get rid of that. Start with our standard move. Looks like he's playing blue. I'll probably try and pay a little bit more attention than usual playing this deck. Let's see. So maybe he's playing blue-green. Let's see. And let's give this card a roll and see how this works. Now, creature and enchantment spells you control can't be countered. And for 4 mana I can turn my land into a elemental. Interesting. So now he's playing Fae of Wishes, which he has a skin for. I don't think Fae of Wishes... It's like... No, this is a blue version of Fae of Wishes. I thought Fae of Wishes was a green card. Maybe it's blue. No, it is blue, isn't it? It's funny to just have a different version of the same card and it look different. TechRaptor has an article here. Altered Carbon RPG has come to Kickstarter just in time for Season 2. This looks like this is going to be a video game, kind of in the vein of a Cyberpunk 2027 style game, probably smaller than that. I watched the first season of Altered Carbon, not terrible by any means, but not something that I remember greatly. Let's see. So now he can get any color mana he wants, which transferred his deck from being a blue-green deck to potentially being any kind of deck. How did he just bring that guy back to his hand? Interesting. Discarded 2 cards, return it to your owner's hand. Interesting. So, is he playing a strategy here where he has a game-winning strategy in his sideboard? Just every single card he needs is in the sideboard, and everything he draws, as long as he has one Fey of Wishes, doesn't even really matter. That might be the case. I think I might be getting played here. Like, playing Chromantic Lantern seems a little suspicious. Can I have more than one of these on the field? No, so let's go ahead and put one on the field. Of course, he could also be watching me play, so he sees all my cards. That is the danger of being a streamer, and I guess the privilege of playing against a streamer. If you are playing. But honestly, my actions based on my deck are going to be very unreactive to any actions he plays. See, this is a red-blue card, and he's only played islands and, let's see, mountains, I think, and forest. Oh, he does have a little bit of everything. 3-color deck. This and this. Play this. Play this. You may be able to do something, but I don't know how many enchantments I have. Like 1. So this would just create a 1/1 with land. That would have trample and haste. So if I could get him down to 1 life, this ability might be useful. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Recurrent consumer spending. Oh, we already talked about this. It made up 37% of Take-Two's 930 million Q3 revenue. We already talked about that article. No? Let's see. Level by Level Gaming says Let's see. Hearthstone streamer control said he does not play Legend because people snipe his stream. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Is that there definitely are some streamers out there that that complain about losing and often blame it because people are sniping his screen, and very possibly people are sniping his screen when playing. That's just something you have to give up on, in my opinion, if you're going to stream. And as far as Magic Arena is concerned, I don't think any of these are going to. I don't think any of these games are going to go towards any kind of ranked level, anyways. So, if you're playing friendly games, you're playing friendly games. The odds of me playing a ranked game and somebody knowing I'm a streamer and matching up with me at random and beating me is so infinitesimally small that it isn't something worth worrying about. And I think a lot of people just, use stream sniping as an excuse for them losing. Like, the thing that irritates me more, in Hearthstone at least, when that was happening, was people would friend me and then they would want to chat with me in the chat while I'm in the middle of streaming, and I would just have to ignore them, and then I'd feel a little bit bad about ignoring them. Or they'd want to type something rude, whether or not that was going to show up on the chat or not. That was one feature. Well, the chat feature is completely missing right now. Like, there is no chat feature for Magic Arena. Hearthstone failed to really ever have a way to just mute the chat people. So their system kind of had some problems too. Let's see. I may have hit a quagmire with this guy. He may just be too powerful. See, this is the one that does your life becomes 4. You discard your hand. Each opponent creates 5 2/2 zombie creatures. So give them a bunch of zombie creatures, lose my life, and discard my hand. So I want to get rid of my hand relatively quickly. And if I had a way of destroying a enchantment, now would be the time to do it. So, resolve that. My life will become 4. And sacrifice food, I guess. I probably didn't synergize that well. There probably needs to be like a manual control. Let's see if we can do manual. What is the thing? Full control. So I resolve that. And then we resolve that. And then we resolve that. And we resolve that. So I did this wrong. Resolve. I'm a relatively new back to Magic since Ice Age player, so this victory he's probably gonna get well earned and deserved. Is probably not as easy as it would have been for other people playing. If I actually knew how to make decks and was playing right. It does highlight that I need something that would counter a spell. Like one good counter card in every deck is probably right. Let's go ahead and turn off full control. And I need something that is just a bomb killer, because clearly that's part of the problem here. Is we need something that would defeat such a powerful card. Had I played better, I would have a couple more health. Moving on, Gamatsu has an article here. Activision confirms a new Call of Duty for quarter 2020, and several remastered and reimagined titles are in development. So, not sure particularly what to take from the remastered and reimagined titles, other than they probably are going to be pretty low effort if we know Activision. Diablo Immortal is still coming out, and it will be alpha tested in mid-2020. World of Warcraft Classic will receive new content, just like other Blizzard titles, and King will invest in new titles. They bought King relatively recently. So if they're just going to remaster or reimagine a lot of the old Call of Duty games, though, that's not going to be anything super special. I could potentially bring up the entire list of Activision games that have been made over the past few decades, but almost none of those would be real candidates for being remastered. Well, I guess the question will remain as far as whether or not getting a victory would have counted there. It says earn wins in standard play, ranked mode, or events. So friendly challenges probably don't count, which probably means I shouldn't bother to play friendly challenges, but I'll do it every now and then. Maybe limit myself to one game per stream, because these streams go super long anyways. So yeah, I think I'll limit myself to at the very least one game per person per stream. If there were 2 or maybe 3 people that wanted to play me on the same day, I might play 3 friendly games then, but that's where it's gonna go. So that's gonna be a pass from Peter, who said good game and want to play again. You're a little too good for me with your Fae of Wishes strategy, which maybe I should try something like that, but I'm not at the level yet to really feel smart enough to know how to make a 3 mana deck. I'm still playing solid single color decks when almost certainly I shouldn't be doing that. Let's get back to the ranked play. We were 3 out of 4 victories in ranked play at silver tier. Okay, food token, and then attack. Next we have a game on Steam called Parasite, and it's from DigiPen. So I guess a new round of DigiPen graduates have come out, or more accurately, they've finally gotten around to releasing DigiPen's projects to highlight their students. DigiPen being the Redmond, Washington-based video game college, which doesn't have a huge success record. as far as people graduating from it and going on to do anything notable, other than the fact that, well, apparently I've been signed out. Other than the fact that there was a team of people who made the game Vernacular Drop that became Portal 1, and they got hired on the spot by Valve, but that really says more about the fact that Valve is weird, and sometimes will just hire people for no reason. I think it's just Gabe Newell being flippant. And in all fairness, the people that did get hired on at Valve to make Portal, maybe some of them worked on Portal 2, but then they disappeared into obscurity, and their careers have floundered as they work at Valve doing things that are probably beneath them, which like working on little mini games during a Steam sale, or just working on the Steam storefront itself. If you're a new young developer, working at Valve is akin to killing your career early, whereas if you're an old developer who's already had your heyday in your prime and you just want to sit around and not be really required to do too much, Valve is a great job. Valve is a weird, it's a retirement job, a place where you'll just work until retirement, and it doesn't matter that you're not going to really accomplish anything or get any prestige. And even at that, I still wouldn't really, by default, suggest Valve is a place to be. We also have here from DigiPen, since that one was, what was that one that we just looked at? Let's see, this one was called Parasite, and also listed here are several other games. Let's sort by release date. That's what we need to do. Parasite came out February 6th, 2020. They haven't put out any of the other student projects since October 16th, so I imagine we'll see a couple more come out from DigiPen. But you can see there's a decent amount of these that exist, and none of them are really finished projects. They're student projects that really shouldn't be on Valve's site, and they're all free because more than likely, if I was to guess, the DigiPen probably owns the rights to anything you create while working on a project in a college. That's not unheard of to happen in colleges, that maybe if you're doing a thesis, you get shared rights for the thesis, but most projects, a lot of colleges do claim the rights to it, and that's just another element of how big of a ripoff and how manipulative and evil colleges can be. But then again, they are just publishing them for free, and it does promote you somewhat to show, hey, I kind of know how to program. But it also points out that even if you're at what would be probably one of the major video game focused colleges, I'm not sure you really need to go to a video game focused college instead of maybe going to MIT instead. Like, these projects never have the visual polish and never look like a real game because there's no funding there, and there's not enough time. So when you look at a game like this, Parasite, which looks like it's a matching style game, but it probably isn't a matching game. It's probably more of an asteroid shooter style game from the looks of it in second thought. Like, this doesn't look good. This isn't a game I'd ever play if it weren't for the fact that it's a student project. And I love to cover student projects and highlight them, but then it has a third-party end-user license agreement for no good reason. But when I do look at a game like this, I'm hitting it with kids' gloves. I'm not specifically being particularly critical. Target creature I control. To target creature I don't control. And what do I want to do? Let's go ahead and eat. Sacrifice of food. So, can I attack here? Can these guys not block? Can't be blocked. So, can't be blocked with things with 2 or less. So if this guy can attack, he's gonna wreck me. What I need to do is I need to have all my mana ready for the next turn so I can play this, buff this up, and then block these gate colossuses. The ESA, the Entertainment Software Association, retweeted this Washington Post Live article that says this was February 5th, tomorrow at 5 p.m. video games has become big business, generate higher global revenues than box office and music industry combined. Join Pause Live as we explore Post Live as we explore the rapidly evolving world. Here's a look at tomorrow's program. Now this all looks good and fine, but the actual tweet that was retweeted, as far as it was shown, is this one that says video games are being used to bring communities together and engender compassion. At Anita Sarkeesian, who should have zero relevancy in video games, and yet she continuously gets propped up. At Lual Mayan, who I have no idea who this is. I don't recognize him. At Ryan Green, which made the game That Dragon Cancer, which he really doesn't have any relevancy either in the video game world. He made the game That Dragon Cancer, which isn't that good, and then he threw a fit when people streamed it and covered it and gave it good reviews because he wanted everybody to pay for it directly when it was a super expensive game that was basically a walking simulator telling a sad story for sure about a kid with cancer, a baby with cancer, and how the family was dealing with that. But instead of being happy he was getting press, he was complaining about people. I don't think he went as far as ever DMCAing anybody. Phil Fish said the same thing with Fez, that just ingratefulness, that people were hyped about your game in a way other than paying your super expensive price. Like, that game never went on sale as far as I could tell. And then the fourth person we have here is Representative Susan de Belaney, who is this the one that was a lot like Anita Sarkeesian? Did she really get elected? I think oh darn it, that's bad. I did not realize she had gotten elected. She's a California representative, congresswoman. Like, she in the same way had a lot of the same ridiculous thoughts and that Feminist Frequency and Anita Sarkeesian had, and she was not in line with what most video gamers think or believe, to keep it simple and generic, and she was moving on to have political power, some of which she was pledging to use to, I believe, censor video games. There is this thought, certainly, that SJWs, and that I would put at least 2 of those, if not all of them, as SJWs, in that category. Just generally, I would assume that's the case. What they've got this plan of infiltrating pop culture. They tried to do it and succeeded for the most part with comic books, and helped speed up the ruination of Marvel and DC comics, the actual comics, and in part are doing the same to the movies. They've tried to do it with video games and met some pushback. They're trying now to do it with anime and meeting a lot of pushback there. Like, there's really no way they should be able to succeed pushing their narratives in anime. So this one's flipping a coin and summoning more Gatebreaker Rams. Okay. Okay. What can we do otherwise? Sacrifice food? And that's about all we can do. So, the ESA, which is made up of... I really can't do anything. I've got to block one of these guys. Unless I want to do something like that. And something like that. And then something like that. Nope, that wasn't going to work for me. Yeah, the ESA is made up of companies like Nintendo and such, but then seems to not really be under the control of any of those companies, and seems to be doing its own thing to the dislike of both video game consumers and in part video game developers too, because it's the ESA that runs E3, and it was E3 that leaked out all of the personal information of a bunch of people in the video game industry. But just a bad tweet, frankly. You really a bad tweet for them to retweet and promote. Anytime Anita Sarkeesian's name potentially should come up, it shouldn't, because she really, like, I don't think she's ever made a video game. People were kind of excited originally on what she was, what her Kickstarter said her video series Feminist Frequency was going to be. It took her forever to deliver on that. I'm not sure she ever actually delivered everything that was promised on it. What she delivered was not what people wanted or believed was accurate or true. There was, for at least a couple of years, reaction and response videos to every single Feminist Frequency video showing how it was just completely uninformed, wrong, and just pushing a very dumb narrative. She's effectively a person who managed to become famous by creating her own controversy and then complaining about people disagreeing with her. And I guess you could probably take the same message for all of these people in general. Like, if you, as a video game developer, or as anybody who's actually working in the video game industry instead of just pretending like you're involved with the video game industry, which is kind of what Anita Sarkeesian is doing, and if you're actually making video games, you don't have time to give speeches. You don't have time to go on these kind of things, on these kind of presentations and videos. It's at the very least polarizing to get these voices and elevate these voices in the video game industry. arguably, the same might even be said for something like the indie game, the movie series, where the directors had to work pretty hard, from what I can tell, to make boring programmers who sit in front of the computer seem like they're interesting people. Even the King of Kong documentary probably is in the same way something they had to, the directors had to work really hard to take boring people who just play video games and spin a narrative to make it a lot more interesting than it really was. Because at the end of the day, King of Kong is about a guy who sat in front of a Donkey Kong arcade for a very, very long time playing the game, trying to get the highest score. Let's see. These people, and then I'll get off of this rant. These people are the equivalent of me, basically. A nobody YouTuber that has less than 1,000 subscribers. That's pretty much all they are. Like, they're the equivalent of me. I shouldn't be on Washington Post Live, which is probably has very little to do with the actual Washington Post print newspaper, journal, whatever. But yeah, these guys are the equivalent of me. They really don't have that relevancy or authority to be speaking. And sure, maybe I'd let my ego get to me and agree to take an interview if somebody wanted to interview me as a YouTuber, but I probably shouldn't. I really don't have any authority to speak as a YouTuber, as a video game critic, or as somebody who's not involved whatsoever with the video game industry. I'm just giving out opinions, and opinions really shouldn't be amplified in most cases. Let's see. Level by Level Gaming said a while ago, that's old news, video games surpassed other media a while ago. Yeah, it's been a while. And then he responded to the Donkey Kong that he cheated, lol, at Donkey Kong. Well, the vast majority of King of Kong is showing the other guy playing Donkey Kong, not Billy Mitchell, who is almost certainly guilty of cheating. Billy Mitchell wasn't willing to show his gameplay, and that affected how he was depicted, I'm sure, a little bit in the documentary. Now, the other guy allegedly may have cheated unintentionally from the way it was spun, because he was given a motherboard for Donkey Kong that they then came back and said may have been messed with, that they had put some kind of gunk on a chip, which I don't know how gunk on a chip really would have affected anything, but maybe there's some hack, somebody knows how to make the game run a little bit slower. Honestly, I wouldn't immediately assume that was the case, but he was given the motherboard by somebody else, and he just thought, oh, well, I've got a motherboard here to play Donkey Kong, so I'll play Donkey Kong, because his motherboard, I think, broke, just got worn out. See. Next we have a game on Steam called Dead Dreams, which looks like a dark screenshot RPG Maker style horror game. I don't see a reason why you'd want to play a horror game that looks like 8-bit graphics. It just seems silly. This is $7.19 discounted. English full audio, and then Russian and Spanish, both Spain Spanish and Latin America Spanish. I think I will go back and mention that I would heavily suspect there's quite a lot of cheating in high scores and speed running in general. Like, it seems like you can find quite a lot of cheating that happens around that stuff. There is a decent amount of people that cheat at games, and often it's to no real benefit other than the alleviation of frustration by the player themselves. And like, I've cheated the game, certainly. Like, I've looked up the answers to puzzles online. That's cheating. I've I don't think I've installed any kind of hacks or helper files. I've probably at that point just rage quit, and I do a decent amount of that these days also. But I play on easy, and what often seems to be the case is that people are relatively good at the games that they cheat at, so they're not entering it with the idea that they are going to cheat. They're entering it where they get pretty good, but they don't get great. They don't get good enough that they can beat the high score, and then they have runs and they get frustrated because at 1.4 hours into the run a mistake is made, and then they get this self-entitlement feeling that they deserve to win, that it wasn't their fault, and then they start to just slowly justify cheating in their mind, and then they don't realize the fact that they're playing competitively when they're posting their high scores, but the fact that they're cheating affects other people. It affects the credibility of the game. Let's go over and switch to our black deck just to keep it interesting. And so there's a big difference there. Like, people cheating in single player games, I don't bat an eye at that. Whatever, it's a single player game. Have the fun or ruin the fun for yourself the way you want to. People cheating in multiplayer, that's a big difference. You're affecting other people at that point. Bragging that you did something in a game and not mentioning that you cheated to accomplish that thing, not acceptable, really. There's just a level of maturity that certain people have yet to reach, it seems, in a lot of these cases. Let's see. Level by Level Gaming says, I watched a walkthrough of old school Link's Awakening recently, and I couldn't tell, and I could tell the hit detection was altered. Yeah. And on old games like that, it might be the emulator. It might be the video recording software. There's a lot of factors in there where you might be having a different experience than what the original experience was without even really knowing. And when you talk about an old game, Link's Awakening is a pretty easy game, so there's no real reason that you would need to cheat through that one. But if you were talking like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles NES game, I think that game is not even beatable. I think they literally programmed it so you can't beat a certain level. So if all of a sudden you were playing that on an emulator and they patched in a way to beat that game, or if that game was just so hard that you decided to cheat, I can't really blame people. Let's see. Level by Level Gaming said, I cheated on the final level of Adventure Island on one of my walkthroughs just to get past a broken part. Yeah. Think about some of the Final Fantasy games in particular, if I could cheat through those and just level myself up, do a reasonable amount of battles in a dungeon, but then move on and give myself 5 or 6 levels, that I would be very, very happy. And in a weird way, remasters are kind of becoming the new cheating, because if you remaster or remake a game, if you reimagine a game, the latest Final Fantasy game, which 7 has been delayed, I think because of the coronavirus also, if Final Fantasy 7 goes from a 100-hour game to being a nice and tight 30-hour game, that probably on some level could be described as cheating compared to playing the original game, but it would still be much more preferable. Let's see. Level by Level Gaming says, I say broken because it was programmed to be a 1% can make a certain jump type thing. Okay. Yep. There's a big difference between cheating people and cheating programs. That's one thing to take away. It's like, am I hurting a human being by cheating, or am I just saving myself time and frustration? And in a lot of ways, maybe by cheating you're hurting yourself, and people can make that argument all day and all night if they want to, but some people are totally willing to take that burden on. Well, can I make Bola Citadel? There. Let's see. We'll see how this works. So then I have to end the turn here and hope he can't get doing more damage. Okay. Play this. And then we'll play this. Do we have enough to activate that? No. So, sacrifice food, which would let me play this, but it really wouldn't help me any. So I'll have to just leave everything for one more turn. Interesting. This is gonna be tight. We can play that for free. We can play this. We can play this. And we got it. That was a tight one. But we're still making progress, little bits of progress, but progress nonetheless. Let's jump back into the game. Open Critic has the same article. Rod Ferguson is leaving the Coalition, which I guess is the name of the company that's in charge of Gears of War nowadays, to work on Diablo. We'll see if there's anything more to it than that. Let's see. Level by Level Gaming says that, but I made it clear to my viewers that I cheated, so I wasn't claiming to do something I did not. Yep, that's probably an important thing to do. Like, your viewers are going to turn on you very, very fast if you are dishonest in any way, or if they felt like you were being dishonest, even if you weren't being dishonest in your own opinion. So, being as open as possible is something that all YouTubers should strive for. It would be kind of silly, frankly, if there were YouTubers out there that were cheating like crazy. I know that there's a Minecraft guy who kind of cheats and kind of says it, but kind of doesn't highlight it either when he's playing Minecraft hardcore maps, because what he'll do is he'll make a jump to a platform and then he'll kind of checkpoint himself at that jump. So if he falls off, he'll just teleport himself back to that point and then try to make the next jump the same way. Which there is a slight difference from being able to combine all your best efforts and show a segmented run of a level and kind of depict that as though it was a single unsegmented run. But then again, he's a Minecraft streamer and he's targeting himself mostly the kids, so I don't think anybody's going to particularly care. What do I want to attack here and see if he blocks? No, let's wait till next turn so I can play this. Speaking of Minecraft, we have a TechRaptor article here. Minecraft 1.16 snapshot shows you a new nether and makes diamonds obsolete. I haven't looked at Minecraft in a while. So an overhaul nether with a little bit more color to it and a little bit more to do. Because here's kind of what the nether looked like before, just a lot of red. Let's see. So, weeping vines, crimson fungi, and warped nylon. New plants and new blocks. And a netherite. Netherite items float in lava so you don't lose all your gear. Netherite items have higher enchanted value than diamonds, so that opens up the door for not having just all diamond tools. Not a bad idea though to have some power creep on the armor and diamonds for Minecraft. See, netherite tools work faster and last longer than diamond. Netherite weapons do more damage than diamond. Netherite armor has higher toughness and durability. Netherite armor gives you knockback resistance, so you barely get knocked back by arrows. Seems like they put everything in the kitchen sink into the netherite, which they are saying will be some sort of process to get it, so it won't be super easy to get netherite, but feels like they could have pretty easily had an improvement there where they had 4 items, some that were specifically for armor, some specifically for tools, some specifically for enchantments. You break it up in different ways like that, like 4 different type ores. Right, we can attack with this now. But it's a little amazing that they're still able to add things to Minecraft and it still has appeal. Something here is giving my cards -1 attack. Here it is.
Talk to the wall.
Well, I guess we'll block this. We've got a victory if we can get Bola Citadel. And that's the big if. So, we'll have to figure out if we can survive long enough for that to happen. Next we have a game on Steam here called Ghost and DJs, which looks like it's
Put me out front.
kind of a RPG platforming game. Doesn't look particularly like a Ghosts and Goblins game, and it seems like most of the trailer is just showing the same animation in the first half. Yeah, it looks like it's sort of inspired by Ghosts and Goblins, and that's about all I think I could say about it. It looks too much like a troll game. It's free to play and English only, so I guess if you're interested you could try it out, but it doesn't look particularly good. They're just scrolling through the code at the end as if that would be useful to know. Lightly and flying and death touch. I'm at -1 over here. I'm at 0 over here. Now, if I can't block everything he attacks, I'm gonna lose, and so there's a decent chance I'm gonna lose. But if I could get Bola Citadel on the field, so block that to start with, block that to start with, block that, and block that. Is this one flying? Yes it is. Does this have flying? Let's see. Is there anything more I can do? We'll just have to hope that when this guy dies... Nope. Somebody had trample, so they beat me. So are we gonna teeter back and forth between victories and non-victories? Do we need to switch back to the Force Might deck? Next we have a game on Steam called Tales of the Deck, which looks like a collectible card game of some sorts, but very badly animated, 8-bit graphics. I don't want to stare at 8-bit graphics playing a CCG. It's early access for $6.99 and single player only, so yeah, that's not gonna work. Need to hurry here and get through all these games because this is gonna take way too long otherwise. So we have a game here on Steam called Bear, Vodka, and Stalingrad, which is a troll game making fun of Russia. So I don't know if you directly would call that a Russian troll game, depending on whether it really was made by Russian people. It's $1.49 discounted. It doesn't seem to have Russian as a language here, so this is a troll game making fun of Russia, not a Russian troll game in the sense that it was a Russian person who was a troll, in my opinion, that made it. Alright. either way, it's certainly not going to make it to the fall list. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Switch production delayed in China due to the coronavirus outbreak. So the odds of getting a Switch on sale a little bit lower now, although at any point your local GameStop may go out of business and start actually selling off its inventory. I have yet to really hear anything like that yet, where they have like going out of business sales or anything. It seems like what they're probably doing is just shipping all of their inventory from one location to another as they shut down locations, and it does seem like they fairly frequently shut down locations anyways. So your local GameStop may be going out of business for no bigger reason than just general shifting of locations. TechRaptor has an article here that they're changing their comment system and growing the community. Let's see. They were using discuss. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. What's the important part here? They're now using something called Insticator. We're gonna try and re-import old posts back into it. They're trying to grow a Discord and Patreon and subscribe star. So here's the comments, and I guess this is the new system. I don't look at the comments anyways. What I wanted to look for here is just if there was some kind of they say they're going to set a policy, and then the people are going to follow it. Instigator is going to follow the policy that they set, but there's no real talk of a change in policy for TechRaptor or any policy in general. It's also ad supported in the comments, which sounds insane. But yeah, not something that's really going to affect me. I just wanted to make sure TechRaptor wasn't going full capitalist on us, although they're pretty capitalist. Like half of their articles are really just advertisements for games, that they're sneaky little advertisements for a game that doesn't really deserve coverage. Regardless, we have a review here for a game called Cunning, where you play as kind of this iPad that can swing, but it can also walk. So it's not like it's a swinging only game. It's a Metroidvania with swinging, as you play as a ninja iPad creature fighting red robots as a blue robot. They gave it a 7.0. Kunai does plenty of things right, but doesn't really try to stand out from the crowd in any way. There's a large enemy variety, some great boss fights, and fantastic art style. But the actual Kunai are meh. There's some really lame boss fights, and it doesn't try anything unique. So yeah, take that for what it's worth, I suppose. This guy keeps trying to cast spells. So what's funny there is I just the other day seen a review of Kunai from Giant Bomb, and they gave it a glowing review. But more and more, the Giant Bomb opinions seem to not really be in line with my opinions. So I shouldn't be super surprised when things like that happen. I'm gonna run out of cards before he's playing his cards too, so. I can't block with this. So I'll have to attack next turn. I should be able to do this. Assuming this stays alive, which it didn't. See, next we have a game on Steam called Void Destroyer 2. Looks like it's probably a space game, flying around attacking each other. If any of these screenshots wanted to load. Yeah, none of these space games ever entertain me or interest me. $14.99 discounted, English only. I don't see anything even in these tiny little screenshots that would make me change my mind. Just gonna do no blocks and we'll see what this aggro deck, clearly it's an aggro deck, does. Yeah, I'm falling down. Yeah, I think this is kind of the problem, is that I am still right now only good enough to get to the mid-tier of silver rank. So let's just play regular play and get victories. Try to get to 10 daily victories. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Omnibion War, I guess. Looks kind of like a Robotech game. It is in part a space shoot around game, but a little bit more polished. Let's see. It wants $6.29 for it. It says it has English full audio. All the achievements are Roman numerals, so that's a little suspicious. I'm gonna put this one on the follow list later because I'm not signed in. Finally signs me out. It signs me out like once a month. I don't know why. I don't know why it feels the need to sign you out of a website once a month, but it does. Next we have a game on Steam here called Stone Shard, which is already ranked as mostly positive. I think I got a coupon for this too. It kind of looks like a Diablo game, an RPG dungeon crawler game. It looks interesting enough for a follow. It's early access. It's $13.49, which kind of puts it at a good price point. It's not asking too much, but it's not asking too little. So I'll put this on the follow list. This could easily be nothing, or this could be a slightly poorer graphical version of Diablo, but a non-Activision Blizzard version of Diablo. And if it plays really well, I could potentially overlook the graphics and support a game like this in the hopes that a sequel comes out and that the sequel is like bigger and better in every way. Magic Arena has the state of the game for February 2020. There's a championships. I chose my champion on that, and they emailed me like a personalized message from the person I chose saying thanks for choosing me. Sealed Theros Beyond Death things. Let's see. Players will be able to purchase new NIS basic lands and card styles bundled together. So those are just card styles. More card styles that they try to rip you off. There will be a Festival of the Gods, which seems like if you play it, you will get 3 skins, and you have to play a specific deck. Let's see. The event will cost 2,500 gold, so I might do that. They're introducing a workshop series, which will probably be like a YouTube channel trying to explain. No, it's not a YouTube channel. It's special game modes. So I was going to do a lot more drafts. I do need to be a little careful not to use up all my gold, but it looks like I really probably won't have enough gold to do more drafts because of the workshop series. See, there's a Power and Glory, I guess, Brawl, and then the Heroes of Theros, you play with a limited deck, and then Uncharted Paths, you play with a standard constructed. Let's see. They're going to change ranked draft availability. So starting with Core Set 2020, they made ranked drafts the most current set. Were always available alongside a second draft that would rotate every 2 weeks. The data we've seen since then has been counterintuitive. We've started to see less overall draft play when there are more events available. Variety is the spice of life, it seems. So from February 14th to 27th, Theros Beyond Death ranked draft will take 2-week break before returning February 28th. I think in part some of this has to do with the fact that people aren't really loving Theros Beyond Death, and then rotate again. 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. First, don't panic. We're not trying to secretly take away Theros Beyond Death ranked draft. We may, operative word, revisit having multiple ranked draft events during available once 8-person draft is available. But for now, we're going to see how it looks once ranked draft queue, with one ranked draft queue, so we can compare notes before. So the big thing to take away from that is it's going to be harder now, like very, very hard. You're going to have to jump on the ball to get a limited ranking, because you're going to have 2 weeks out of a month in which you just can't play it, unless they offer some other kind of ranked draft during that time. Let's see, level by level gaming said, these crappy Steam games remind me of the flood of knockoff games that would come on multi-carts. Yeah, that's exactly right. And clone systems in retro gaming. In a lot of ways, a lot of these crappy games are made by the same people that made those knockoff games on multi-carts. That's what the Chinese developers in particular were making for their own country on Famiclones, NES chips, emulating NES Famicons. So they never got any better or had any availability to see that games had significantly improved. But then there's plenty of other people, certainly, that are just trying to make a quick buck or commit money laundering by selling terrible games on Steam, or pull off some other kind of scam that I don't even figure out. Let's see. Magic is going to have an event design AMAA. I don't know what the second A is for. Let's see. I think I skipped over the main thing here, though, that they were going to have 8-person drafts added. Where was that part? Let's see. It says, rest assured. Where is it? To support the draft position of this event, we've added the option for players to direct challenge each other in a limited tournament match that will follow the same rules as a best of 3 drafts formats in MTG Arena. Players also have the option to choose a 40-card deck as one of the options for other direct challenge matches, where you can play around with options like timers and who goes first. Rest assured that this is not what we meant when we referred to 8-person drafts. In our developer roadmap, we are actively working on the ability for you to draft against other human players completely in-game. This feature will be arriving in an update later this year. That is the gauntlet thrown down, certainly. I'm getting some pretty easy victories here by just starting games. I'm not going to complain. Like, if Magic Arena by December 31st, 2020 does not have a reasonable implementation of 8-point drafts, it just goes to show that they don't have the chops to support their own game digitally. And they've already done 1 year. Like, 2019 only got the friend list, and that's pretty much all they got as far as features being added to the software. And they're not even promising a lot here. They've made no promise of a mobile version. That they've made no promise of major improvements or adding older series of cards. There's a lot of things they needed to have promised and actually tried to accomplish. Some things that they probably could have just promised and not accomplished, and people would have been happy that they tried. But if we really only get one feature, which is 8-person draft in Magic, that still probably isn't going to be good enough. Let's see. Let's see. Level by Level Gaming said, yep, nice code, jungle tack, inventor, etc, etc. I went down a rabbit hole learning about them and trying to figure out, find that diamond in rough.
Terror and horror are the ingredients of the curse.
Yep.
I leave you
And at my current state, looking at the games on Steam isn't even really looking for too many diamonds in the rough, as much as it is just keeping an eye on the state of the video game industry as it's depicted through Steam. Like, the state of Steam and the state of video game development or video game publishing. This is an interesting story from TechRaptor. The Children of Morta Shrine of Challenge amps up the difficulty. So a new update has been released, or it's a free update that's coming out for Children of Morta. Last thing we had heard about Children of Morta, since it was like a Saudi Arabian game, I believe, and I think it was made in Saudi Arabia. I could be wrong, it could have been Turkey or one of the other Middle Eastern countries. But last thing we had heard is that the creator of Children of Morta had been called into the Islamic courts for making an un-Islamic game in a tweet. And we never got any follow-up or heard anything from that. So I don't know if somebody hacked his Twitter, or if it wasn't a big deal, or they settled the case in some way. But it, for a brief moment, felt like the game might just get pulled completely from sale everywhere. But that didn't happen, so it would be a little surprising if they put out their update and then all of a sudden the game gets removed. Target artifact or enchantment. Trample. Let's see. Go ahead and attack this. in this. Next we have a game on Steam called Swiper Prologue, which seems to be
Predictable.
a game where you're playing Tinder, swiping left and swiping right, or maybe you're just playing a game where you're swiping left and swiping right, like some of the Reigns games. I don't know if I want to see a whole genre of games where you're swiping left and swiping right. The Reigns games, you weren't dating people when you were swiping. This totally feels like you're just playing Tinder. If you're gonna play a game where you're playing Tinder, maybe you just play Tinder for real. This is free to play in English only, and it's probably a demo of a bigger game they're gonna try and sell. I don't see anything interesting there. I don't think the characters look particularly interesting either, which is, I think, a mistake. Like, if you were gonna do something closer to like Monster Prom, where you're dating monsters, then you can put something fantastical in the story and something interesting. But if you're just playing Tinder with relatively normal looking people, you're just kind of living real life, for better or worse. This is it's gonna kill me if I'm not careful. Oh, but I can just play this and destroy that, can't I? Oh, well, that'll work fine. See, that's why I put that card in there, is because every now and then it's going to be beneficial to just destroy their strategy. We got the weekly 15 victories, that's good. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Ubisoft's net bookings beat expectations, though they're still down from last year. And from the looks of it, it seems like they will be down next year, because it doesn't really seem like they're going to try and make too many games of any quality or at all next year. It seems like they're less and less interested in making games every time I hear about Ubisoft. It's sad. Like, I feel like I backed the wrong horse in a lot of ways with Ubisoft. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get rid of this one. Guess that lets me create a free token. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article here. Ludo Narracon 2020 puts a spotlight on narrative games in April 2020. Terrible name for a convention, and frankly, being obsessed with Ludo narrative or Ludo narrative dissonance is not a great way to probably make a game. Why not just call it Narrative Con or Story Con or Writing Con? Yeah, this looks like they're going to hype up Boyfriend Dungeon, which has been hyped up way too much. Let's see if we can look at some of these other games that are going to be mentioned and see how hyped they are. Boyfriend Dungeon, Chinatown Detective Agency, haven't heard of it. Eliza from Zachtronics, Genesis Noir, which I don't think, yeah, that's not the Darksiders game Genesis, it's a different game. Heaven's Vault, which I thought was on hiatus or delayed. Can this block? Yes, it can. Hypnospace Outlaw, In Other Waters, Mutazion Neocab, which I heard wasn't that good. Not Tonight, which is a Brexit narrative game. Out There, Oceans of Time, Paradise Killer, She Dreams Elsewhere, Soul State, Sometimes Always Monsters. I played the predecessor to that game, Always Sometimes Monsters, if you can remember the name, and did not like that. Suzerain, Tangle Tower, Telling Lies, which was the sequel to Her Story, although it seems that it wasn't very well received either. The Church in the Darkness, The Stillness in the Winds, Wayward Strand, Welcome to Elf, and Yes, Your Grace. Most of those games I haven't heard of. Most of those games I imagine most people haven't heard of. So it's basically a convention to hype somewhat indie games that probably don't deserve it. It's a digital only event on Steam, apparently. So here's Tangle Tower, here's Telling Lies. Why did they start with the T's? Here's Another Waters. Can we speed up this? Playback speed double. Here's Heaven's Vault. Here's Soul State. That looks kind of interesting. Here's Paradise Killer and She Dreams Elsewhere. Here's Genesis Noir. Here's Welcome to Elk. Some of these don't look terrible. Here's Eliza. Wayward Strand. The Church in the Darkness. I don't think that one is good. Boyfriend Dungeon. Overhyped. Probably not going to be good. No, I've skipped a few. Yeah. I don't know why Chinatown Detective Agency wasn't at the beginning there. Why didn't they put this in alphabetical order? So, yeah. Mostly small kind of indie games. I think they're best described that way. Can't attack, but can block. So I probably should have attacked with this, actually. I don't know if there really is a desire to have online conventions. And I don't know if it, particularly you need to have an online convention so close to E3. Why not do this in January when nothing was going on? Why must January be the dead month for everything? Okay. I'm gonna take this and attack here. I'm gonna take this and guess not attack here. And I'm not gonna attack with that. So we'll just see what happens there. I could buff this up some more. Gamatsu has an article here. Roguelite 2D platformer School the Hero Slayer launches for PC early access on February 19th. Is there something here of interest? Not really. It's from a developer, Southpaw Games, and we have just one image here. Might be something, might not. We'll see it when it comes out on Steam, I suppose, with more detail.
It's a matter of gift.
This. Play this. And then attack here. And attack here. And we'll see what it wants to do. Gamatsu has an article here. Daymare 1998 for PS4 and Xbox One launches April 28th in the West.
You just don't know.
A third-person survival horror game.
Always
Do we have more images? Yep. Rated M for mature. Let's jump around. There might be something to this. Like a Resident Evil style game not made by the people who make Resident Evil games might be interesting. Yeah, you could potentially change how things happen. There we go, sacrificing food. Okay. What are we trying to do now? Attack here. And then attack here. This guy just keeps getting... This guy's just gonna keep on getting wrecked, isn't he? Attack here. Let's see. Tech Raptor has a review for Tokyo Mirage Sessions FE Encore. What I heard was this sold really bad and people didn't like it. Well, it sold really bad, so people weren't interested, I guess would be the main thing. So let's just scroll down. Tokyo Mirage Sessions being kind of like the Persona game that's not Persona. Well, they gave it a 9.0, so maybe I'm thinking of a different game or something else. I think this is also a Switch-only game, so I couldn't really cover it. It says Tokyo Mirage Sessions FE Encore is incredible, colorful style, brightens up your day. The addicting JRPG gameplay keeps you occupied for hours, and the soundtrack will remain stuck in your head for months to come. How am I not killing this guy? What is he doing? How is he continuously defeating me? Pros, they say it has excellent J-pop soundtrack, stylish visuals, addicted session-based combat, and extensive customization of the combat abilities. Cons are cluttered UI, one-dimensional characters, and still no English dub. Oh, okay. That's slightly conflicting information from what I thought I had gotten before, but also it's a Switch game, and honestly, if I was going to play Switch games, I probably wouldn't bother to play something like Tokyo Mirage Sessions over a Zelda game or Mario Odyssey. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Gun House, which looks like a match 3 game of something. Which seems like it kind of has some other elements, but mostly you're playing as a mobile tower that you're match 3ing to shoot as a tower defense. It's $6.99, which seems a little too expensive for what looks like a tower defense game. And it's 58% positive right now. I think that positively you know what though, I'm gonna be generous and I'm gonna put it on the follow list just in case it gets better received in the next 6 months. Next we have a game on Steam here called Samos Bore, which looks like a horror dark screenshot syndrome type game where you're carrying an axe most of the time. The screenshots, I think, undersell this game quite a bit. This actually looks pretty decent. Unfortunately, a lot of horror games look pretty decent these days. They want $1.79 for this game. And it's English and Russian, and it has one achievement, so it might be an achievement game, or it might be a really short game. But I'm gonna put it on the fall list and see if maybe it gives you 2 hours of an experience, and that's good enough. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article here talking burnout and making art with Drinkbox's Gabby Dorenze at the GDC podcast episode 6. So GDC now has a podcast apparently. Burnout at Drinkbox. I don't even know what. Didn't Drinkbox make Guacamelee and that's kind of it? I don't even think they made anything else. They probably did make a couple other games, but I can't think of it. As I'm trying to rush through all the news, and we just got way too much here. Let's see. This guy. We'd get a 1-1 counter, which really wouldn't be that useful. Let's see. Attack with this and this. Tech Raptor has an article here. The new League of Legends anti-cheat will run at the kernel level, which is not something that Windows should allow, or any operating system should allow whatsoever, being the most privileged whatsoever. That is going to almost certainly open up vulnerabilities and potentially cause your computer to run improperly. Like, the last thing I would trust is a video game developer to make kernel level code in an operating system. No, I suppose I don't want to do that. Okay. This guy's just gonna continuously wreck me. So let's just see what happens. Next we have a game on Steam here called The Watchers, which looks like it's a running game, horror game, running away. Looks a little too asset flippy. The fact that it's a horror game, but then there's just kind of this soft cell shading on all the characters doesn't really match visually. Yeah. I don't think this is good enough. It's $8.09 discounted, and English full audio with a bunch of other language supports. Yeah, in a lot of ways it just feels like it's a hide and go seek game, and it's online co-op, so there's no single player event at all there. No story that you're really going to get or anything like that. Let's see. So that brings it back on his side, which then lets me do this, which isn't going to help me. Next we have a game on Steam called Rover Mechanic Simulator. That seems particularly specialized as a concept. Running around Mars fixing rovers. It feels like there's not going to be a real game here. It's early access. It's $10.19. It's English only. Yeah. I can't imagine any entertainment here. Effectively, you're doing somebody's job that might exist in the future. And when you're doing a job in a game, you're probably not going to have fun. Gamma Sutra has the article here. Code Vein passes 1 million sales in under 5 months. This should be a much bigger story in my opinion. But even here you can see they gave them all of 2 sentences as far as coverage. Let's see. I'm not sure this card is helpful. Gamma Sutra has an article. Improbable has purchased the online game hosting company Zeus, or Zeus, I guess. Or Zeus? Now I don't know how to spell Zeus. Now that I see this spelling, I'm not sure. See, the company has currently worked on a number of notable studios, with a number of studios, most notably Conan Exiles developer Funcom and Mordor creator Trider Nyan. Okay. So the Spatial OS developer, Improbable. Spatial OS being a game that is trying to a middle layer program for making games that's trying to be a competitor to something like Unity or Unreal, or mostly it's trying to be a competitor, I think, with the Crysis engine, which I don't know how many people are going to really make games with the Crysis engine these days. Let's see, level by level gaming says, I'm not much up on the culture, but I don't get the obsession with highly sexualized little girl things in the animation for Japanese. Okay, let's see if I can explain it relatively fairly, relatively quickly. So, remember when the first cartoons happened, you had most of the characters drawn short, like Mickey Mouse, for instance. Originally, a short mouse character that was relatively short, relatively youthful looking, compared to even some of the other more humanoid looking characters in the original black and white, like Steamboat Willie. Some of that led to, I think, Isamu Tezuka, but it doesn't matter, the creator of Astro Boy, creating the game, creating the first anime, or one of the first anime series, Astro Boy, where it's a robot and a boy. Cartoons in general have a tendency to draw kids and be kind of targeted to kids. That's kind of where it started. That's kind of where all the anime started. So that art style is in existence both in Japanese and Asian animation as much as it was at one time in Western animation. What happened is, over the decades, is you have a combination of, one, Japanese people have public bathing, so they see naked people and they don't look upon it particularly as a sexualized perspective so much, and the Western people have kind of more and more pushed it as a sexual thing. If you were a parent and you were bathing your child, them being naked, there's more than likely, for most adults, most parents, that's not a sexual thing. So there's a lot of mixed messages and propaganda on both sides, and I'm gonna try to be as fair as possible to that. Anime has always been more focused towards selling towards kids. Those kids eventually grew up into adults, so there's two separations there. There's the anime that airs after school in kind of like prime time or after school time slots, and then there are late night animes that are aired to the previous generations who have now grown up and are trying to see more adult content in the art style that they're familiar and comfortable with. For a while there was the concept of moe, and I think a major misunderstanding of the concept of moe animation is that those kids that are depicted are supposed to be depicted as young and innocent and not in any way sexualized. And there was clearly people that were trying to create a misunderstanding there in a lot of cases. And certainly there are people in China and Korea that don't get it at all. Lots of people don't get it, and so they do tend to do that. But then there is also a very small selection of people who are just always pushing the lines of perversion in the lewd pornography realm also. So it's only as fair to say some people don't get why there's so many stepsisters and stepbrothers videos on Pornhub. Like, same thing, really. Youth is always idealized, youth is always desirable, particularly in Japan, where your youth is about the only time that you're not completely overwhelmed and overstressed. So a lot of it is this feeling of lost youth. But in the end, it really is just, to wrap up a much longer thing, it's just an art style. And it's very, very hard, I would argue, to draw any character and not make them look young if the person who's looking at the image wants in their mind for them to be young. As fictional characters go, that's just about it. You could get into bigger arguments about how, like, young has always been desirable. Like the Virgin Mary, supposedly around 13 years old. Muhammad's wives, many of them, as I think one as young as 8 years old. The nudes that you saw painted in the Renaissance, very much 12, 11-year-olds often being painted. That tends to be the way it was. It was very acceptable and popular during the time of Alice in Wonderland, when the writer Lewis Carroll was writing Alice in Wonderland. Very acceptable in that time for people to take photos of their children naked and send them as like Christmas cards, and so he did that. So this has just been a thing about society, all societies, for a very long time, that youth has been in one way or another depicted, and sometimes, in rare occasions, it's depicted in a pornographic way for that actual intention. A lot of times it isn't, and then it's attributed to that way. Lolita exists, and that was a movie made in the 60s, I believe, and the book I think was written in the 50s. A lot of it is forbidden fruit too, certainly, being acted out in a healthier fantasy realm. Like, for a lot of people, like, it is much better, I imagine, in most people's minds to watch a lewd hentai anime than it is to go out and assault a child. Now, of course, there are some people that attempt to do both, but it's a long-running culture war. But it is also inherently a core thing about anime that isn't going to go anywhere, because the Japanese look at it in a completely different perspective than the rest of the world does, and they're not going to change. And they feel like you're just attacking their culture in a lot of ways, because sometimes people are just attacking their culture. It would be almost akin to making the argument that Jewish people shouldn't be allowed to circumcise their children, which is an argument that people certainly have made, but what is the response when that argument is always made? It's that you're attacking their religion. So that's about all I can say without dragging out longer. That art style is going to exist. That is an art style that will be in anime always. A new art style will come by and be the next big fad, but there will always be characters that in one way or another are going to look young to some people. The thing that I would say for most people is to not worry about it, because in all truth, if you're going to put an age on any character that's been drawn or animated, the actual age of those characters is in the numbers of days, not years. Because if you drew a picture yesterday of a kid, or that picture of a kid is 1 day old. If you drew a picture yesterday of a 100-year-old man, that picture of the 100-year-old looking man is 1 day old. They're just imaginary things. They shouldn't have rights. They shouldn't have special treatment. It smacks in the face of freedom of expression and freedom of speech to start giving and attributing rights to non-sentient, non-real things. So it's just really a thing to, like, if you don't like it, I get it, totally. Like, lots of people don't like it. Anime is very much a niche for niche people, but that's the way it goes, and that's the way it is going to go. Yeah. Level by Level Gaming says, okay, I get it, great explanation, thanks. Yeah. Also remember, there are totally on Pornhub right now, like, images of, like, Lisa Simpson and Bart Simpson, and those images have been around too. So it's pretty universal to all cultures. Let's see. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article here. Table Manners and NHS, the National Health Services of the UK, are asking you to save lives by donating blood this Valentine's Day. This game, Table Manners, is kind of like a dating simulator, much like Surgeon Simulator, which I felt a little disappointing. I was kind of hoping it was going to be more of a story-based actual dating simulator. Where people could practice dating. You don't really get a lot of that. Visual novels sometimes might teach you a few things as to how to actually treat people, but often I don't think they send the right messages. Donating blood, yeah, relatively a good idea to donate blood. Sometimes that blood gets used more for profit than for helping people, and sometimes it is a big scam, but that probably isn't a good enough reason to not do a good deed if you want to do a good deed. Actually, there was a story, there's quite a few anime stories. I don't mention because they don't have anything to do with video games, but there is a anime character that they were using as a mascot. Japanese people love mascots for everything and anything, and they were using this character for the Japanese blood donation services for a couple of events, and they got a lot more donations of blood because, in part at least, of the anime character convincing them and intriguing them to come donate blood. People on Twitter, SJWs on Twitter, complained about the anime character because her bust size was too big for them, their own personal taste. And so then they removed all the anime characters from the next event, and the next event had considerably fewer people donate. So there you have a potential situation where people's health was impacted. People may literally have died because the turnout was low because a bunch of SJWs complained about an anime character. The SJW's probably not even in Japan, because in Japan, anime characters are everywhere. Like, you see them all over the place. You either ignore them and don't care about them, or you enjoy them as they were. So, yeah. And when the Olympics happen, there will be a few anime characters show up. Like, Sailor Moon is definitely going to be one of the characters at the Olympics. And in Sailor Moon, like the first episode, Sailor Mercury is attacked in the shower and wrapped up in like the shower screen. Dragon Ball is going to be a major character, although it probably is going to be the Dragon Ball Z characters. In several of the episodes in Dragon Ball, there are lewd, dirty jokes. Dirty jokes in general in Japan are just not really considered that bad. So yeah, it's been a thing, certainly. Let's see. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Escape from Voina, Aliens from Area 51. Let's see. It looks like it's probably an asset flip first-person shooter game. Doesn't look particularly interesting. It's $11.04 discounted, English only. Next we have a game called Ostropha on Steam. What is this? Looks like cel-shaded graphics for a survival game. Although, here, that's pretty violent. Hanging 3 characters. It's early access, free to play, and online PvP, so I wouldn't play it. Plus it has a third-party EULA. It says it's English full audio. Do I want to block this? No. Let's see. Put this on the field. Just do no attacks. TechRaptor has an article here. Darksburg's coming to Steam early access next week. This is an interesting looking game. Almost looks like Torchlight. But I don't know if it really plays like that. Let's see. Let's see this trailer and see what kind of game this is. Yeah, it does kind of feel almost like a Warcraft game or a Torchlight game. I'd say Torchlight and Warcraft aren't too bad. Yep. Well, if there's a actual single player experience here, I'm not sure there will be, though. It seems like it's mostly going for multiplayer experience in the alpha. I should put this on the field. Then play this. Play this. And then next turn, if I can play this, this will get buffered up a little bit. Next, we have a game on Steam called Apple Slash, which seems like the controller, you're like swinging your sword and controlling by holding down a mouse button from the looks of it. And it has a black, white, and red aesthetic to it, and it seems like it's a pretty fast-paced, top-down twin-stick shooter type game. This looks like a game that's just too complicated. Like, does this have controller support? I might consider it then. It's $3.59, so it's probably a little short. Let's see, short little experience, 30 to 60 minutes. 30 to 60 minutes for $4 is too expensive. They've just priced themselves out of a sale there. Like that's asking too much. Right, let's see. This first. Yeah, and then this next. Alright, so kind of back to the subject matter, you can't really avoid it. For the PS4 and Switch, Gamatsu has the romance visual novel Tonari ni Kanojo no Iru Shiwasi Summer Surprise, coming on May 28th in Japan. So, like, the one thing you can tell from these kind of animations is generally what they are depicting the age as. The fact that she has a school outfit on puts her in junior high or high school as an age. If she was wearing a different outfit, you could kind of easily tell that she would be in elementary school or the equivalent. But that's kind of where you can break it down. Is there anything else to say here? No, just another visual novel, of which there are many. They're super popular. Play this. Play that. Gotta start blocking pretty soon here. I don't think I can do much more. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam here called The Blind Prophet. What's interesting here is there's an ad. I've never seen this before. A publisher sale for this game being published by Plug-in Digital. What is The Blind Prophet though? Looks slightly interesting, but is it? It says it's a point-and-click RPG, which, yeah, it seems like it's immature from the looks of it. You've got a woman chained up in the background. Alright, I'm a sucker for point-and-click adventures and dark, weird stories. $17.99? No, that's pretty expensive. English, French, and Chinese is a weird combination, too, of things. Alright. Can't block that, can I? Do I have anything that has reach? I think I have nothing that has reach, so I have to do this. I probably should have been blocking that a while ago. And I just now see the beginning of the end. See, green, sacrifice food. attack with this one, potentially. If I attack with this one, and I attack with this one, I mean, he's got 2 death touch things. So I should probably attack with this one, and then attack with this one. TechRaptor has an article here for Escape of Tarkov New Player's Guide. I've never heard of Escape of Tarkov, and it doesn't look particularly good. This is one of those insidious advertisements, I imagine, where they were incentivized some way to promote a game that doesn't look that interesting. Yeah, it does not look particularly good. Right. Block that. Well, I don't think anything's gonna save me. If this actually saves me, I'll be super surprised. Let's see. But I'm still not gonna win here. No way. Next we have a game on Steam called Napoleon in Russia. Which looks like it's a strategy game of no real interest. $8.99 English only. While Napoleon's activity in Russia probably is slightly interesting, it's probably not enough to promote the general idea that you would want to play a whole game around that. How's this gonna work? Nothing I do is going to save the day, so all I can really do is do that and then do that. And might as well do that. And I keep forgetting that trample does not work when you're blocking. That's not a problem. Only have 1 more victory I need to do, although 6 more victories would be nice. Next we have a game on Steam called Stretchbot, which looks like this. I would say personally, since I went into a long rant there about the moe and anime in general, personally I would take anime looking games any day of the week over something like Stretchbot. Like there's sometimes a place for something that looks simplistic, but the blue on blue background is just terrible art aesthetic. A simplistic platforming game that seems like it barely has any enemies on it, and seems like you don't really get any major abilities. Like, we see these kinds of platformers all the time. It's $8.99 discounted, a bunch of languages, and a third-party EULA. But if you were going to play a very similar game in the Umahari Kawase series, where you're platforming, at least at that point, there's something a little bit more thought out in the animation, which sometimes effort is about the best you can hope for, even if it's not your taste. In the same way that I would much prefer to go to a burger joint and have somebody try really hard to make a burger, versus going to McDonald's and and just having a burger that's made by very strict standards and very low effort. Like, even if I got a burger that, say, had mushrooms or jalapenos or something on it that I might not want or not like the taste of, I'd still kind of appreciate that more than just a McDonald's burger.
Feud or feast, your blood is mine.
See, level by level gaming says cell shading age as well, somewhat, until we start realizing that you can have twice as many polygons in a new generation of cell shading. If you look back at like the original Alone in the Dark game, like that's kind of very low polygon sort of cell shaded imagery, and it certainly doesn't look modern these days.
I abhor my need for blood.
But it probably does age a lot better than doing 8-bit pixel graphics in 2020. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. Sci-fi RPG Hellpoint receives an April release date. I have heard nothing about this game whatsoever. So, that's it. Let's see what this trailer says. Yep, it looks like you are in a hell-like sci-fi world, trying to probably ape something like the Doom game, Doom Eternal, maybe trying to do a little bit more of a Dark Souls style gameplay. Interesting. And maybe a little bit of the ideas and art aesthetic from like Agony, which really went too far with it. This might be interesting, but there is also a danger that this would get boring if it's more of a grindy experience. So they'd have to be careful about doling out too much hell, I suppose. Of course, it also could just play really terribly. Let's see. Yeah, this next game is tagged to have sexual content in it, so let's see what we can show off without being not YouTube family friendly. We have a game on Steam, and it's another adult game, so I guess the counter is reset. It looks like it's mostly a Tetris game, where you're just matching colors. It's been rated very positively. It's $1.59, and it's Chinese and Japanese full audio with 49 achievements, so it's probably an achievement game. It looks like it's a relatively simple experience. Let's come back over here and play. And I'm not sure I'm fully sold on the art style here, because it kind of goes in some different places, and the ones I showed you, for instance, were a little bit blurred out and just bright lights. Yeah, I'm not sure the same artist made every image of every row, which tends to imply that there's no artistic consistency. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Get a job, join Tenacious Entertainment as a UI artist and designer. That's in Bellevue, Washington. They're a mobile gaming studio. I probably would have guessed that, considering I haven't heard of Tenacious Entertainment. Like, It'd be funny if they
What a
were
mess I've
owned
made.
by like Jack Black and the other guy who was a member of Tenacious D. But Jack Black is friends with the guy who owns Double Fine, so there'd be no real reason why they would make their own video game company when they could have just taken any video game concept that they may have had directly to Double Fine. Gamma Sutra has a blog here. 5 important realizations about game balance. Let's see. Overpowered is much worse than underpowered. Variety always adds imbalance. These feel like these are going to be key phrases that are just doublespeak and don't mean much, or don't really propose a solution. 3 is competitive players often dislike randomness and like. Balance automatically becomes worse over time. I don't think it inherently has to be that case. Perfect balance is impossible. Yeah. So, what do you really get from an article like that? Probably not much as far as helpful bits of information. Let's see. Probably lost here. And we already talked about Code Vein sales, so we don't need to talk about that again. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article. DNA's existing titles outperformed new games during the last months. DNA, didn't they make one of the mobile games? Or am I thinking of a different company? The recent releases include Pokemon Masters. Yeah, they made that. And Mario Kart Tour. And Fire Emblem Heroes and Animal Crossing Pocket Camps. All those games are pretty microtransaction heavy. And the fact that older games outperform new games shows that there's at least a small number of people who still have some dignity and aren't willing to buy Nintendo microtransaction mobile games. See, next we have a game on Steam that looks like it is just a Chinese Minesweeper clone. Yep, with absolutely nothing new to offer. Early access for no reason. English not supported. Chinese only. Yep. See, we'll do I think one more game and then we'll just work to wrap up the rest of the news for the weekend. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Phil Spencer claims Amazon and Google are the main competitors to Xbox. That's an interesting perspective, certainly. It's a forward-looking perspective instead of a backwards-looking perspective. I think a lot of people would probably disagree with that because the PlayStation is going to be a main competitor for the exact same games in the exact same level of quality, and Nintendo should still be considered a competitor even though they're doing their own thing, because frankly at any point if Nintendo came out with a new console that was as good as the next Xbox and the next PlayStation game consoles are, a lot of younger Switch players would probably get the Nintendo console for the next generation. So at any point Nintendo could step back in the ring and be a major competitor, whereas Amazon and Google are trying to step in the ring and they have yet to really prove that they have a fan base or that they have an infrastructure to really know how to enter the video game market and gain customers. Like, in a couple of years I might agree with the argument that Sony isn't a real competitor, but it's very premature right now. Sony could certainly get back momentum with its next console release. It may very well not do that, but it could. Moving on, Game Sutra has an article, digital games driving growth at Sega as packaged titles underperform. I'm not sure what Sega even released in the last quarter as far as the packaged things. They released Mario Sonic at the Olympics. That was not going to do well. Persona 5 Royale, that didn't do as well. Let's see, digital games they had were Fist of the North Star Legends, Phantasy Star Online 2, Sega Pocket Club Manager. All of those may have had some microtransactions in them. Or maybe it was just way more expensive to package the physical games than it usually is. Green. No attacks. Gamatsu has an article here. Metal Max Xeno Reborn has been delayed to July 9th in Japan. I believe this was kind of a bad looking game where you controlled tanks and then had kind of a weird anime art style that probably didn't match with the tanks at all. So if it gets delayed, that might be for the better if they can maybe do something with that game and not have it come out and immediately fail. We have a game on Steam here called Stalaxy, which looks like a DOS game of some sort with just like pixel graphics. I can't even really call it MS Paint graphics. $4.49 discounted, way too expensive. English full audio, I suspect not really. This field should be my next move, I guess. That way I can create a food token. Now these will start getting bigger. See, next we have a game on Steam called SEN 789, which looks like an incredibly simplistic connect the dots game. And just connect the numbers, connect the dots. Nothing there. $7.49 discounted, way too expensive. Bunch of language support. Yep. Do I want to attack? And it really probably wouldn't hurt me too much to attack with that. Next we have a game on Steam called Blind Spot VR, which has a bunch of Asian names on it too, so it looks like to me this is a VR game that's relatively well polished. And then probably some noises will happen or something will happen in just your peripheral vision to make it spooky. Either that or it's just an adventure game with no scary elements at all. I don't know why you would want to make a VR, I guess, escape the room adventure game. But it does look kind of cool. I kind of wish you could play this outside of VR. Yeah. Well, I guess I've incorrectly assumed that it was a horror game. $22.49 is a little expensive, but not too expensive for a VR game. English and Chinese. But I'd have to play this on VR. I'm going to put this on the fall list as it does look like it is a decent actual VR game, which is also something that rarely occurs. Play these. Okay. Have about 10 more things to talk about. Next, we have a game on Steam called Medal of Legends. And it looks like it's just a cel-shaded survival game of no interest. $11.99, particularly expensive, no discount. English full audio. Guess I'll, in an effort to save time, I'll just mention this. We have a Gamatsu article for the Legend of Heroes Hajimari no Kiseki. They're detailing crossbell story and characters. So there's some screenshots and some more bits of this game, which I'm not really sure about. Here's a great example of a character that at this point is being depicted as a full adult working a job. You can kind of tell because of the long tie and the coat and the skirt. But yeah, still, depending on who's looking at it, you could say a guy like this might be 18 or might be 35 in anime, because anime don't crack, as it were, as far as ages. They very rarely draw anybody old. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there, and maybe I'll get one more victory today, but maybe not. Let's see. Next we have Summer Pockets on Steam, a visual novel. Let's see. Seems like it's probably a romance visual novel game. Yeah. Maybe with some mini games. It's from the creators of Angel Beats and Clannad, which those are very big names. And I'm not going to say $40.49 discounted is a fair price for a visual novel, but it is about right for a Clannad in style visual novel. Japanese full audio, nice, and English subtitles. This one needs to go on the follow list. You can see it's already rated very positively. Clannad being one of the best visual novels, if not the best visual novels. Gamatsu has an article. Kowloon Yuma Goken Ki Origin of Adventure has more screenshots. This is due out in Japan on June 4th. Some screenshots, I guess, if you're interested. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called The Yellow King. There's a lot of low polygon games today. This one apparently is a massive multiplayer. So that if it doesn't have any single player, I wouldn't be interested in it. And frankly, I'm probably not going to be interested in it anyways. Early access, $22.44 for this MMO, which then has a third-party account and a third-party EULA. English full audio. No, I don't think there's something here. And there is certainly something to be said about way too many people being inspired by H.P. Lovecraft when making their games. Next, we have a game on Steam called Devastation: Annihilate the Alien Race, which looks like a bullet hell shoot 'em up game that's not particularly visually appealing. I don't think a black background works for a shoot 'em up game. Well, $4.99, English full audio, third party EULA. Yeah, nothing there. Just a few more. We have a game on Steam called Straight Battler 6, which clearly is a low effort game. I can't even really call it an asset flip. This looks like somebody just made terrible graphics in an attempt to make some kind of fighting game. It's $1.99 discounted English and Japanese. This might be the rare low effort Japanese game that we occasionally get. Let's see. Komatsu has the Hatsune Miku Project Diva Mega Mix with watch video, custom playlist, and customization. So more details about the next Hatsune Miku game in the long-running series of Hatsune Miku games. Virtual avatar singer. Steam put out an article, 2019 year in review. So, let's see. They say more releases found success on Steam in 2019, and the median or average earnings among all new releases rose. They did the Steam Labs and discoverability experiments, which I think the Steam Labs stuff in general are probably improvements, but I'm not sure if any of those are going to actually be integrated into the store permanently or by default. More discovery improvements, they say, for DLC top releases and more. I'm just skimming here. User reviews. They did the off-topic review bombs. The number of games that they actually marked having off-topic review bombs seems to have been less than 5. So they kind of put it out there, and it's important to say that the reason I think they brought out the off-topic review bomb filter was because the Chinese government in particular was review bombing en masse a Taiwanese game that they were mad at. So it was really an entire government's interference, not the average like gamers rise up movement that they were trying to get mute, although maybe at some point in the future that will happen. Steam Chat, I think, was improved in the mobile chat app. Steam Workshops still exist, I suppose, and they're working on that. Community building events or something, I guess they're kind of working on. And the biggest thing was the library update for Battle Wars. That's now the default. And Steam Remote Play together was a big thing. Pretty easy to forget, though, if you're not using that feature at all, that you can now play games with your friends across the internet in many instances. Some slight improvements to get Steam to work on Linux and games to work on Linux. VR will still be a big thing because of Half-Life Alyx. Apparently there's some stuff you may have missed. See what they think they're going to be doing in 2020. They're going to do data deep dives, soundtracks, Steam Trust the tech behind trust factoring matchmaking in CSGO, so better matchmaking, a Steam PC Cafe program, which really won't affect most people in the West, more Steam Labs, more Steam VR, more top lists. The mobile app is going to get a refresh, and there's going to be sales events, more sales events or different sales events, and improvements to Steam TV, which easily is forgotten about. So, doesn't sound like they have a incredibly large amount of improvements in place or planned for. Next, we have a game on Steam called The Foreigner, which looks like it's possibly, oh, this is Tag Nudity, possibly a Chinese visual novel. English is not supported, 84 cents, Chinese only, yeah. So, that's what I pretty much expect. Yeah, none of these screenshots give me any feeling that it wouldn't just be a really cheap Chinese visual novel. So we can leave that. They're still highlighting empty background art as if that's something people really care about. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article here. Dog airport game reminds me of my dog, whom I've not seen in too long and whom I miss, which is way too long of a headline and way too personal of a headline. Otherwise, this looks like it's pretty much a garbage game. Like, let's see. Yeah, this totally looks like this is just a total piece of garbage asset flip game. Like, no real reason why you would write an article about this game. I guess maybe the thing is with TechRaptor is that if you play a game, you probably are pretty much required to write an article about it. Whereas if I played a game and I thought it was total garbage, I'd probably just put a spotlight out on it. And if I played a game and I didn't record any footage while playing it, I wouldn't mention it much at all. There's plenty of cell phone games I've installed, played, and then immediately forgotten about, and maybe I mentioned it in a live stream, maybe I didn't. TechRaptor has an article here, The Sims 20th Anniversary Essential Expansions, which I guess is a list of expansions that came out for different Sims games. I thought it would have been a repackaging of The Sims 3, but nope, it's just a list, just a listicle. Excuse me. TechRaptor has an article here, The Artful Escape Totally Jams, which I guess it's a game? Is this a music game? From Annapurna Interactive. They have like several games coming out in the next while. Yeah, this is that game that we saw a year or two ago, where you're kind of living this surreal, crazy rock opera type hallucination experience, where you're mostly controlling by rocking on a guitar. It might be good, it might be bad, it might be one of those games that I can't really play because I don't have any rhythm. It's coming out for PC, Xbox One, and iOS, which is an odd combination because you'd think PlayStation would be there too, but I guess not. Let's see. And then Gamatsu has the Netflix Castlevania anime series, or animated series, I guess it's better to say. Season 3 premieres March 5th. And I thought I saw that there was actually going to be they've already started like developing for the next series. So what's funny about the Castlevania series though is those episodes are relatively short and relatively few. So when you merge 5 to 10 seasons together, you're probably going to get 50-60 episodes, at most, instead of what you would in the old days at least expect, which would have been 100 episodes for syndication. Netflix doesn't really care about syndication at all, or reselling any of its content, and syndication has been a number that seems to get smaller and smaller every year. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be a super long series. I think it could have been a super long series, though. It definitely has a reasoning that if they had made every episode 2 episodes and just stretched for time, there's plenty of little monsters you could have fought, for lack of a better term, that the main character in the Netflix series could have fought, and they kind of just skipped over it, and you're fighting Dracula pretty much in the first 5 episodes, when there could have been lots and lots of sub-bosses. Alright, well, that brings me to my Twitter feed, and one game came out on Twitter, and we'll talk about that on Monday, but we see if there's any amazing, groundbreaking news. Why is YouTube advertisers talking about home loans? Did you know that 45% of all new home loans are taken out by millennials? I find out at Realtor.com how to drive insight branding. Yeah, the last thing I want is more realtor real estate ads on YouTube videos. According to Gamma Sutra, 30% of all Switch Lite owners already owned a Nintendo Switch, which that's probably not super surprising. Let's see if there's anything else. Scrolling down Twitter, hey, there's a new Borderlands 3 or Borderlands Game of the Year shift code. I was complaining about having not seen one for a couple of weeks. I guess maybe they just were taking a bit of a break. Let's see. Here's another Anime Girls Switch Puzzles game on Steam, so still getting those slide puzzle Anime Girl games. Scrolling down. Arguably, I've maybe hit a point where I have too many things I'm subscribed to on my Twitter feed. Could possibly speed this up a little bit. Let's see. But yeah, I'm definitely not seeing any news. It's just, okay, a little bit more games are getting a little bit more games are getting released and announced, but nothing big as far as news announcements, which I don't know what I'm really even expecting as far as video game news announcements between now and the E3. Like, it'd be kind of surprising. Onichambra Origin is coming to Asia with English voiceovers, which means you could import the game from Asian markets to the West and probably play it. That's one of those games that has gotten pushback from SJWs to be released in the West, so they've just stopped releasing it in the West, and instead they just English subtitles for other countries that, like Koreans, probably speak English but probably don't speak Japanese, so English is a good middle second language for a lot of other Asian countries. And then the niche fans of a game can just import it at a very high price from Japan or some other Asian country if they want it, without having to go through the effort of localizing a game completely or publishing it and potentially having a backlash. Let's see. I think I've seen everything. Yeah, I think we're done. That's going to be it for this stream. Thanks for everybody coming on and chatting. It's a very surprising Friday. Usually we get nobody on the chat on Friday. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.